Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Ruby. dance on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away. Free from this way. this is the fight. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. And this is a lost evolution, and this is a swift retribution. This will break all the illusion. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. This is the Yeah. That's all I have to say about my solos, basically. You know, what else is there to be said? Oh, sunflower seed. Very high in fat and protein. Very delicious. What's up? Welcome back. No one's in the queue yet, and I was on the black screen for, I don't know, 20 minutes. So I was like, well, I'm not going to spend the entire stream not streaming. So I don't know what I'll do. Maybe we'll crack open a project and we see if we could do something to it. Maybe we do that. That might be a good idea. You know, I have just the project, actually. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I know what to do. I have to work on a guitar part anyways. Ooh, my files are still labeled 2024. Whoops. We're going to crack open a project. Why not? While we wait. Why the fuck not? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Thank you very much. Should we leave the queue on while we do this? Nah, let's turn it off for now. Okay. So this song is one I'm going to mix as well. It's something that I will do. However, I was also tasked with coming up with a lead guitar part for it, which I sort of did a little bit here. I kind of threw something a little bit together, and I think that this is the track here, just at the bottom of your screen here. I think that's the one. Let's just hear the track as is, right? Without touching anything, without doing anything. Let's just hear what's going on with this track. Might need to turn up the master. Oh yeah, 80s alert.
Well, it's a hard, hard night in paradise. Everyone's settling down. They're lining up 2 by 2. Walk below the downtown glow, smoking cigarettes 'neath the midnight stars. The Victorian lights draw silhouettes of a dream cars on the street. A summer like a heart summer night. Heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night. Heat of the summer night. Well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. They're lying on the floor, so caught up that they roll valiantly overboard. She wraps her arms around him, she whispers in his ear, say that you love me, say that you'll always come through. They're out there right now, trying to make it happen. Young men and women from a city point of view, and as the days ensue, they can feel the heat of the summer night. Heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night. Heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night. Heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night, heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night, heat of the summer night. Of the night, of the night, heat of the summer, heat of the summer night. Of the night, heat of the summer night.
Oh, I like that little delay tail at the end. I don't know if Jesse's going to want that, but here we are. Okay, all in all, not the worst guitar take that I've ever done. But poorly recorded. I'm going to need a cable just for that, because this is not Zachary. Jesse's brother's name is Zach. Zachary. It's not Zachary how I would do this necessarily. But the good news is that it's pretty much fleshed out. Pretty much. Okay, so let's say we were to just do a new track here. And we were to say input 1. Will it receive? Yes, it will. And monitors are on. Yeah, F sharp minor, baby. Love that key. Okay, let's start with just an amp. Usually I do a combination of 2. I do, which ones are they again? I do the Lecto. Oh, that's violent. Okay. Although that sounds like, what is it? You say you want a revolution. Jack Black singing the Beatles. Well, you know, we all want to save the day. Emma likes that one. That's all I care about. Do I have my presets just to like track, or do I have to redo it by myself? Let's see what this is. Nah. Okay, I'm gonna have to I'm going to have to reset and restart. That's okay, honestly. Not a big deal. So let's throw on some basics here. Let's throw on not the Lecto, but let's start with the Legion, because it's the Marshall-ish amp, and we're going to definitely be leaning heavier on the Marshall than on the, what's it called? Than on the Mesa Boogie. Okay, with this we need an amp designer because it has the cab simulator in it. Even though we're going to disable... How do we turn this off? How do we turn this off? Oh my god. Oh my god, how do we do this? I forgot how to do this. Oh yeah, here we go. You have to go clean preamp. That's what it is. Transparent preamp, yes, that's exactly what we want. Cabinet, no, we want a cabinet though. So I think the one I always use is Sunshine 412. Off the bat, no customization whatsoever, and it's already sounding so nice, just with a 57. Okay, super loud. I have presets here, I'm pretty sure. Legion 1, yeah. So much noise. This is like I know it doesn't sound like a Marshall, but comparatively to the Marshall, it sounds a lot more Marshall-y. I don't know how that makes any sense. Let's try that and that. There's the Marshall. There it is. It's in the like sort of less heavy, crazy sound. No tone stack. It is. That is tone stack. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. This sounds good already. I'm already liking this. The EQ I'm going to keep neutral. Yeah, modern. I don't want any foo-foo, as they say. Keep everything to noon. On va mettre ça à noon. Those from Quebec get it. The rest will not. No effects, no reverb, no nothing. Presence. I'm gonna keep it to full for now. Master as well, just keep it to a full, nice, clean preamp. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna back way off this gain, this drive. We're also gonna tune our guitar. You ever seen that meme where it's like, it's the headstock and it like says, thank you for always not you staying in tune? Because this fucking string, the G string, ironically enough, the G string just be bending all over the place. All right, it's a little nasally, so I'm gonna go into the amps. All right, so the thing about this tone, the thing that's going to be basically constantly switching, is the effects on this. If we like zoom in and solo on this scratch take that I did, it was with my pedal board. Yeah, I thought so. I think we're going to leave those parts for the last part. I think we're going to start at the...
Beat. It's the heat of the summer night.
I think we're going to start there just because it's the, like, legit the easiest thing, like, so far. Because the rest is going to be very effects and very spacey and very, you know, workable. I'm going to have to, like, fuck with the effects while I'm recording it. So we're going to start with something that's just, like, record the guitar. We will, however, test out a little bit of that chorus. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh shit! We got someone for our cue. Is this, am I seeing this correctly? XCMG? Excuse me. Yes, indeed. You are in part of our queue. Okay. Yeah, dude, you're the first one, so you can go ahead and send your SoundCloud link directly in the chat. It's that easy. So I'll turn this down for now. We'll get back to work, so to speak. But as a matter of fact, I'm going to just go ahead and take off the monitoring mode. It's going to like save the CPU a little bit here. Just when we were about to start recording something. That's funny, dude. That's funny. You came in at the right moment because we were about to get into it. Okay. XCMG. I'm popping open your track right now, my dude. I'm gonna switch my tool set here, put down the guitar and pick up the pen and paper. They just made this today. The person says. We will listen to it as if it's a song made today. That being said, we will be honest about it. So let me just delineate the day. Okay. We got Radio Master Song Demo. Okay, not the most original title, but here we go. Produced and mixed by me also, so any tips on any part of the song would be helpful. Thank you. Understood. We will be as honest and forthright as we can be with the advice. This is what we do here. All right, well, let's listen to the first one of the day. Radio Master Song Demo by RL2, otherwise known as XCMG.
Into your feet, girl. Into your feet, girl. Pretty in a pink. We can speed it up or take it slow. Stop, rush, baby, where we gotta go. Didn't think I was gonna fall in love. The way you moving, girl, I had to show up. Got my attention like where I see. What type, girl, we can see. We gonna party till the sun goes up. So baby, bring it right here, don't ever slow it down. Say I'll do anything for you. Explore you, I'll be scamming, making that bag for you. That social media, she not for you. She vibing just the way I like it. He tried, but he wasn't good enough for you. Pick you up, I'm trying to put that dress on. I do those things I can't do for you. She changing at my place now. Make it swing it down, down, down. It's only you, me, and me right now. Now I'm about pick it up and swing it down, down, down. It's only you, me, and me right. Head to your feet, girl. Pretty in a pink. We can speed it up or take it slow. Stop, rush, baby, where we gotta go. Didn't think I was gonna fall in love. The way you moving, girl, I had to show up. Got my attention like where I see. What type, girl, we can see. We gonna party till the sun goes up. So baby, bring it right here, don't ever slow it down. Say I'll do anything for you. Explore you, I'll be scamming, making that bag for you. That social media, she not for you. She vibing just the way I like.
Okay. Is it me, or did it just jump into it a little bit weird? Like, let me just go back to the beginning here, because it kind of just happened.
Into your feet, girl. Into your feet, girl. Pretty in a pink.
It's weird that there's only like one repeat there with effects, and then you're into the actual song. I would probably do something like, I don't know if this is the final cut or whatever the fuck, but I'd probably do something like with like some compressed sort of weird vocals twice, and then full vocals. So like you're sort of unfurling them over those first two rather than over just the first repeat, if you will. There's also says as just a little like low pass filter intro. Yeah, kind of something like that, like 2 repeats. I'd also change up probably the sound or the aesthetic of the actual instruments themselves, I think. Maybe like just put them through the same or a similar filter, maybe not something exactly the same, but maybe something that is, I don't know, maybe a little bit like less high end? I don't know. It's a good question. But I would do something with the instruments there to delineate that this is the intro. Speaking of delineation, we talk about the, what else? Where is it here? Let's see.
Girl, I had to show up on a party till sun goes up. So
The break, sort of after your beat drops the first time, your break here.
baby, bring it right here, don't ever slow it down. Say I'll do anything for you, explore you.
Then the second repeat starts here of your break.
I be scamming, making that bag for you. That social media, she not for you. She vibing just the way I like it. He tried, but he was.
There's no real changes on your second break. There's nothing that's like hyping your next section. So I often say this, that songs in general have to grow in like either intensity, interest, or complexity, rather is a better word. Intensity, complexity, or dynamic. They have to grow over time in one of those three, if not all three, preferably arranged uniquely throughout the song. Or they're losing momentum, basically, if you don't. And so I would do something to this second half of this break. Maybe even as simple as a pitched riser. Sort of like hyping your next section kind of thing. Could be as simple as that, just to create some dynamic or some contrast with the first half. And then that will like sort of hype your next section for itself. There's something going weird with the bass in your drop.
Is it good enough for you? Pick you up, I'm trying to put that dress on.
Fades in as if it's affected by a sidechain, but then the other kicks don't really sidechain it down. It kind of just keeps fading in. Weird effect, and you don't put really any emphasis on it besides on your bass. So you're kind of like I don't mind it as an effect itself. It's unique. But lean into it a little bit so it's more obvious, like maybe put a layer of a synth or a low bass synth on top of it that swells with it, like emphasize that swell. Maybe having a kick in the middle of that swell is not what you want. Maybe you just want to leave it space to go like something like that, you know, a little grimy or something like that. Either way, you either have to ease off of that swell or lean into it. It's got to be done. The around 1 minute, by the way, I'm going with like production / mixing at first, and then I'm going to go over like major like lead notes. But let's transition to your vocals at this point. As a matter of fact, let's just jump into your vocals right now. I think the rest of my comments only have to do with your vocals, except for the weird fade out, but your song's a demo. It's not the full song. Your vocals either way are mixed a little loud. Are these your vocals, by the way? Did you record these yourself? Is this your voice that is tracked by you? Just out of curiosity. Cool. It's cool that you produce yourself and you mix yourself and you record yourself. So yeah, your vocals are mixed a little bit loud, and they're mixed a little bit harsh on the sort of high-mid spectrum. Now you got female vocals, so that's where you do have to emphasize your EQing a little bit. But I think we've got a little bit too much on the high mid and not enough on the air, on that super sparkly air. I think if we ease off around, I'm gonna say 3 to 4K, probably 3 to 4,000 hertz. If you dip somewhere in there and you lower your volume a little bit, your vocals will sit far better in this mix. The other thing is you kind of have vocals everywhere. I would select moments where you take them out to leave some air for some breathing room, something so that we get context, so that we miss your vocals a little bit, so that by the time they come back in, we're like, yeah, those, I love those. Because they're cool. They're good recordings, decent recordings, and they're mixed understandably, like everything is coherent. But there's a couple of weird little events that are happening within the vocals themselves, not just the overall mix of them, but around 1 minute, let me find...
Me and me, right, swing it down, down, down. So you, me and me, right, head to your feet, girl.
What happened there? That was weird. It didn't sound intentional. It sounds like we forgot to like mute or unmute something, or we forgot to route to another plugin, or we forgot to level the same level as the other vocals. It just sounds like an error. It stands out from the rest. There's no indication of this vocal sound anywhere else in your song. So if you're going to do something like this, hint to it earlier on so that it makes sense. Otherwise, it just sounds like sounds weird. It sounds like an anomaly. The other thing that doesn't sound like an anomaly, I can't say that word right now. I put it because I didn't know how to make it loop, but bet I'll remove it. The bridge has it. Okay, well, I didn't hear it in the bridge that much, but... it's if you're doing like a weird sort of cutaway effect where you kind of filter your vocals to like come back to main ones, I think you got to do more lean more into the megaphone sort of texture. And then it's even more important that you lower the high mids of your main vocals, because then it'll contrast even more so. But lean more into the megaphone effect if you're going for it. What I would say you should lean off of, though, overall, except for key moments, is your delay. Girl, I don't know who thought that delay was an always-on effect. I don't know who instructed you as such, or what music that you like that does so, but it's a mistake. Delay is an effect that is wonderful. I use it all the time. Sometimes when you have a texture like a slapback delay, like a fast, that kind of delay, that can stay on more so because it's more simulating the sound of a room than it is a delay, like a slapback or an echo, a quick echo. That can stay on as a sound far more efficiently and it stands out less to the ear. But delays that are slow delays, it just sounds odd. They are layers. I don't think I have delay, but I never recorded layers, so it's kind of bad. Okay, so yeah, if you're doing layers and you're just like recording the end of your phrase and you're just repeating it over and over after the phrase, it comes to the same thing as a delay. You're just repeating the phrase but delayed, literally. So it's what it sounds like to my ear. It sounds like you mostly recorded your layer and you just shuffled it over. Not so much did a layer like a doubling layer. But that is a good point because I don't hear many doubling layers in this. I think maybe we could refine our doubling layer a little bit. And the ad-lib layer, it should be far more like a delay, but far less frequent and far less frequent than it is here, and far more call and response rather than copy paste. So like if you were doing like different melody, you know, like different phrasing. Sometimes it's just a delay and not a delay. It's a bad word. Sometimes it's just nudging the beat instead of using quarter notes, doing eighth notes. That is eighth notes actually. Instead of doing eighth notes, doing quarter notes, like da 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 so da 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 da, changing up the feel a little bit. Those make for far better ad-libs than just repeating the thing you've already done and then like just adding it at the end of phrases. But throughout, that's the other thing, is throughout. Bad move for ad-libs. You don't need them all the fucking time. You need them some fucking time. Profanity? Who cares? Profanity? I hardly know her. Anyways, yeah, that's I guess my point here is like I would be more careful, like processing which layers should go where. Like that might come to just writing it and trying different phrases down and like recording the phrase you had and then like listening to it and going, doesn't feel right. You try something else. It's almost there. You edit, and you figure out key moments that your ad-libs are going to have the most impact. Because throughout they take away, it's like having your vocals throughout the song. It takes away from the impactfulness that your vocals do have on the song. The impact that they have is, well, they're just a part. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, they're just a part of the furniture. They're just like part of they're essentially a synth or your bass. It's like another layer. Whereas vocals are a lead element. And lead elements, they do stand in the spotlight. Hands down, they stand in the spotlight far more than the other elements in the song. But think of it, this is what I say to people who have like sort of a hard time dosing their vocals. Picture yourself on a stage. And you're the vocalist and you're the producer, obviously. So it's just like a bunch of ex-CMGs on a stage. Oh, she got an ad. Oh, shit. I'm not even plugged in. Oh, crap. Hold on. What's the key of the song?
Pretty.
Yeah, we're back. Okay, cool. I do the ad song when someone whose song I am talking about gets an ad. I'm not gonna review their song so that they can't hear, but we play the ad song instead. And generally, I play something that's close to the song you've submitted, so it's like on theme, if you will. Anyways, ad song. Okay, so what I was saying was. If you picture your vocals, or rather, if you picture you on a stage as each of the instruments, like XCMG times, like, let's say six of you running around on a stage, and one of them's occupying the drum seat, one of them's occupying the bass, one of them's occupying the main synth or the lead synth, whatever the fuck, and then you got the vocals, front and center, and that spotlight is down on the vocals. Every now and then, the spotlight should either turn off of the center of the stage and flash onto other instruments to like emphasize certain sections, and that takes the shape of drum rolls, takes the shape of bass licks, takes the shape of like synth lead patterns coming in. Every now and then, the spotlight should change from the singer so that when it comes back to the singer, she cuts through and she's like, yeah, she can be the diva, if you will. That's sort of, again, I'm from a band and live perspective, so that's how I visualize it, is if this song was being played live by instruments, even digital ones, doesn't matter, you would see it that way. You would visualize the stage kind of shifting where people are taking turns with the spotlight. And mostly the lead singer is going to have it. We understand this. That's what every band understands. But it's a good way to visualize, like, when should the spotlight be off of your vocals? Like, when does it feel right? And if you're a visual person, that's a great way to visualize it. But yeah, that's, I think, pretty much all I've got for you, song. Either way, apart from that, the tone is solid. The aesthetic is there. Your transitions, your sections need a little bit more delineation. You have a little bit more work to do in terms of the vocal arrangement, and ad-libs and doubling as well need some thought, some I'd say some sculpting, if you will. But apart from that, I don't really have an issue with it. It sounds cool. Your voice is cool. I would maybe trust myself without auto-tune if I was in your position, because I can sing without auto-tune. I don't need it necessarily, but I would say with the texture of your voice, it would sound nice to get some sections without it. So it would be refreshing. There's a lot of artists that I know that do like back and forth, especially like hip hop artists. I feel like it benefits honestly from taking a break. Anything really that you put into a song, if you are able to take it off for a time and then bring it back but more impactfully, if you are able to do that, by all means do that. It creates dynamic, it creates contrast in your song, and it's far more efficient because, again, you can use less of one thing, but when you do, it is far more impactful and far more of a professional effect. So that's how I feel about that personally. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got for you, XCMG. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity. You've been the first one of the stream. By all means, you've already followed. Come back if you need some songs that are a little longer than 2 minutes. You can always subscribe. It gives you another extra minute of review time of song listening. But yeah, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. Again, the queue is empty right now, so if anybody has some songs they want to throw in, it's open. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to working on what it is that I'm going to work on, which CC Bean, thank you for joining us today. What type of music do I make? I make all kinds of music. Honestly, right now I'm focused more on, I guess, rock, although I've always been focused more on the rock side of things. But right now, more on the hair metal and glam rock, as I'm playing in a project that's going to play at a big show in my city. But in general, it's more alternative rock, funky sort of influences, that kind of stuff. Bluesy a little bit, I guess, and metal as well. I like metal. Low Gravity, what's going on? Subscribe, first subscriber in the chat. We appreciate you hitting us up today. How you doing? You are doing well, I'm trusting as well. XCMG, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's all my pleasure. CC Bean, I agree with that, but I just can't sing without auto-tune. Well, that's where practice comes in. That's where any musician needs to pick up their guitar, needs to pick up their bass, pick up their drumsticks, pick up their, well, I guess you don't pick up a keyboard, but pick up their fingers to play on the keyboard. That's where that comes in, is practicing. Or voice, you just sing, dog. If you're driving, it's a great time to do vocal warm-ups, which actually train you to sing better because you'll be more focused on locking in on notes. So it's a good idea. Low-key, no autotune sounds better. I totally agree with you, XCMG. Totally. 100%. I prefer the sound of voice without autotune. There are moments in songs that autotune just sounds good, but as an effect. And I think that there's rappers that do that super duper well. Like rappers will implicate autotune into a moment of their song where it's like, oh, that's great. That's a great effect on that vocal. But as a sound, as an aesthetic, as a vocal that has been processed to appear as if there is no pitch correction, no pitch correction sounds better. I will die on this hill with a flag in my hand. Or just the pole, no flag really, because there's no flag for the no auto-tune team or pitch correction team. CC Bean, that's cool, bro. I have a little bit of an audience, but I'll send a song I think you will like here. Cool, dude. Can you send it by SoundCloud, though, just because YouTube, I re-upload. I don't really talk why I do this much, but I re-upload to YouTube as like a documentation, sort of like a archive, if you will, of my episodes. And YouTube detects their own files like that. They detect their own sound. If it's on their servers, it'll send it straight to the copyright pile. Now, sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it doesn't really matter. But a lot of times, it actually mutes that section of it. And what sucks is if I try to download that audio later, it downloads it muted. So your review will never, there's nothing we can do with your review ever, because it'll mute you. Even though you give, as you're submitting in the stream, you give permission by submitting for me to use it in all of my purposes. That's like one of the agreements that we have here. A mutual agreement, right? You get a free review and all you got to do is let me do my shit with it, right? I think that's fair. But YouTube doesn't give a fuck. And YouTube, I could submit I have the rights for this song, and they'll be like, yeah, we don't care. You're still copyright muted. I'm like, so no YouTube. Sorry about that. I've never really explained it that much. I don't have time usually. Since you're an engineer, how much do you charge for mixing on a song? So usually it depends on the song, it depends on the length, it depends on how many tracks. But songs, I would say, don't go under $350 because that is basically my base rate when it comes to starting a song, $350 US. And they only start there, and they include basically a basic mix plus maybe a revision. No mastering included. If you're going to be talking about mastering it, if you're going to be talking about like getting multiple revisions and like back and forth, usually 500 US is the rate that you want to go for, because it is a full complete mix and master essentially. That's me. And I've been doing this for a while, so I feel that's actually that's a fair deal for what I offer. It's even a bit of a steal, honestly. Yeah, YouTube is so weird with monetization and copyright bullshit. Am I right, CC Bean? Love your name. Very easy to say and very... CC Bean! Okay, the song I sent you, how much would you charge? Well, the song you sent me is not complete, so how long is the full song? We'll start there. And then again, it'll be like how many tracks are there? Like how many different tracks are there? And do you want it mastered? And do you want multiple revisions? Like, there's a lot of questions. If you'd like, you can contact me off stream, XCMG. Sorry, I said that so weird. On Discord, if you add us in Discord, I could always do so. I could always get in touch with you. Discord. We do have a Discord for our stream, so yeah. Low Gravity said, yes, I'm doing well, just working on a fun album project at the moment. Hey, it's fun to work on fun projects. That's fun. CC Bean, trust I've been through a lot of bullshit. Oh, when it comes to monetization with YouTube, I have lost well over a few $100,000. Jesus Christ, you must have some momentum, dude. That's sick. That's sick. Just some skills. Hey Josh, how you doing? My guy, how many subs for the classic Skipperoni? Well, right now the leader of subs gifts is 5, so it would be 6. If Zeal and Ardor swings by right now, technically they would have the skip privilege. Jesus Christ. 6. The answer is 6. And hi, Josh, I missed you. Welcome back, and you're part of the queue. I've got a little bit of momentum. Did you catch my link? I did, yes. So we either way, Josh, I'll save you some money today. Don't skip, because this is our queue right now, what you see right here. So we're starting this one anyways, and then it's you. So I'm gonna save you some coin today. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean I'm not ever like asking you to not support the stream in the way that you do. You are famously one of our top contributors, if not the top contributor still. I have to check. Nope, you still get some. Oh, well, you're still very kind, my dude. I appreciate you either way, and that's nice. I appreciate that. You're very kind, and you're a subscriber yourself as well, which is nice because we get that 3 minutes. All right, so CC Bean, speaking of, we'll listen to 2 minutes of this. Have to ask my lawyer. So okay, let me just say this here, bro. Sending Jace, yeah. Exactly. Like, here's the thing. I'm just saying, if I give you feedback on a track that has 806,000 plays and 15,000 likes and almost 500 reshares, the only feedback I'd be giving you is how I would have done this song, but it doesn't really contribute to this song in and of itself. Maybe just the mentality of how I would have approached this song. So just beware. If I tear this song apart, I don't expect you to change it. I'm just saying, like, I am privy to the fact that it's not going to change. Just knowledge that you should probably have. Anyways, we got this song by Yace, and it's Jace also. Also, like, I don't know if that's pronounced Yace necessarily. But either way, let's listen to it. Let's listen to 2 minutes of it, and then we got Just Some Skills up. And we are going to, we're going to listen to this and talk about what we think about it. Let's go, folks.
You are now tuned in with the Top Kid Show.
Black Range Rover, tie down Malibu, California. She want all my kids, saying I don't miss. I can't lie, I think I'm starting to adore you. Top floor penthouse, I'ma fuck on the king bed, then we smoke weed by the foyer. Sneaky link, wanna link, and I'm like, okay, but I'm gonna have to ask my lawyer. If it ain't Arnie, then where the fuck you going? All black outfit, Rick Owens. If your ass ain't getting to the money, how the fuck you think you ever gonna get shit going? Ex nigga got died if top be showing. Better hope his top ain't showing. And the ops not blowing. When the tables get to turning, then the eyes start showing. Then the eyes start showing. I done came up, now I'm rock star blowing. Say getting money, but his roster ain't on it. I be with the top kids, pop start rolling. You gotta know you broke when pop start to know it. You gotta know you broke when your mom start to notice. Say getting money, but we being those bogus. 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 Hair and nails did, matte black Range Rover, tie down Malibu, California. She want all my kids, saying I don't miss. I can't lie, I think I'm starting to adore ya. Top floor penthouse, I'ma fuck on the king building, smoke weed by the foyer. Sneaky link, wanna link, and I'm like, okay, but I'm gonna have to ask my lawyer. If it ain't Arnie, then where the fuck you going? All black outfit, Rick Owens. If your ass ain't getting to the money, how the fuck you think you ever gonna get shit going? Ex nigga got died if his top be showing. Better hope his top ain't showing. And the ops not blowing. When the tables get to turning, then the eyes start showing.
All right. Before we go on, so I don't know Jace. I don't know the artist Jace, to be fair. But I don't know who is claiming to be whom. I have no idea here. So I'm just saying I don't know. Now, XCMG is saying that you are impersonating Jace. And I will say it's weird because I do have this one here that is popping up here, but it is you as well. And it seems like the artist is Jace. You got a decent amount of followers. You got a bunch of so many songs released. Jesus, how many songs is too much songs? But I don't know what's going on here. Like I don't know what's going on. Jace is like top of underground 1 million monthly on Spotify and streams. Oh well, motherfucker's on Spotify. That says something about him right there. It's not that hard. Get your money up. I have no idea what's going on here. I will say this: if Jace is a top artist on Spotify, I don't know who that is. Again, I'm just saying this. If he is, however, a top artist on Spotify, and this is the art that they produce, I don't know why they are the top artist on Spotify. And I'll be respectful to you here, CC Bean. First of all, the producer's tag at the beginning, get rid of it. I feel like if you have 800,000 viewers or listeners, top of Underground, not top of Spotify. You said 1 million monthly on Spotify and streams. I'm just saying top of. Whatever. I don't know what it means, XCMG. Okay, all I'm saying is this, musically speaking. Okay, if this is a top guy who's making a million streams across platforms or on each platform, I don't understand how it gets so much momentum. Because I'll say this, the production is good, not great. The producer tag, if you have 800,000 views on a song or listens on a song and 15,000 likes, I think you could at that point afford to buy the track without a producer tag, is my opinion on this. But I will say this, dude, your vocal performance, it's nothing too great. Like, the melody's okay. It's okay. But I do not think your timing is very good. There are multiple instances where I can zoom in and go, okay, you were offbeat here, 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 here. Like, I'm not necessarily impressed with the vocal take. And with all of the tools that there are to manipulate vocals, I don't necessarily think it is a problem. Like, I don't necessarily think it is acceptable, rather. It is a problem. It's the opposite of what I wanted to say. But you're saying it's out of your comfort zone on this one, is not the music you make. Yeah, bro, no cap, if you're calling him out. If what you're saying is true, that he's impersonating someone who's much more famous than he is, then yeah, well, why niggas on my dick today? Well, I mean, if you're impersonating someone, you're betraying the trust of your audience. You're saying you're one person and you're not. Now, me as a person who doesn't know any of these people, just hands down, I don't know the underground very well. I know underground metal, I guess, a little better, but even then, very little. If you're impersonating that person, though, like who impersonating Jace? Nobody. I'm not saying you're impersonating the person. Your name is Jace. Your artist's name is Jace with an exclamation. Now, if we were to, for instance, just if we were to entertain this notion, is this you? Is this you? Because, like, it looks like you. Like, it looks like all of the things that you have here, but it kind of looks like you. Like, I don't understand what the problem is here. It seems like this person is this person. The only problem is I don't necessarily know why, please don't take this the wrong way here, CC Bean. He just sent Jace's song link. Okay, whatevs. I don't care. Like, if you sent a public song to me, I don't give a fuck. I'm just curious why you're submitting this exactly. Is it just for the play? Because there is feedback to be given. I'll be honest with you. And my feedback is, if you could possibly not take this the wrong way, I don't know why this is famous. I don't know why this music is famous. This song in particular. I don't know about your your style or whatever, but I don't understand why this in particular is famous, because it's off time, the vocals are mixed way too loud, and the noise that is present throughout it as an effect that appeared in the intro or something like that. Whatever happened here? Noise, that swirly white noise, it's nonsense. It should not be throughout the song. It should be, if anything, an intro effect or like a transitionary effect, and it's on throughout, and it's just bothersome. But yeah, like, I don't understand, like, I don't understand why this is famous, regardless of if this person is famous or not. I don't understand that. Yeah, but he's pretending to be... Okay. Oh, I think bro just wants you to react to Jace. Yeah, because I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. I don't know, man. If Simple Stupid Records and Geffen Records, mind you, that's not nobody. If they're putting out music like this, they must be desperate. No offense. Again, like, this is what sounds like a rapper's first draft, if I'm being honest with you. It sounds like someone who recorded the vocals just so that they could have the melodies and the vocals in the right place, and just to get a feel for it, and they go, okay, cool. Then they go back into the studio and they actually record the final take. This sounds like the first of those takes. So, I don't know. I'm not a fan, personally, of improperly recorded music. Very simply put. He's pretending to be Jace. Bro, pretending to be Jace. I can buy a house. So watch how you talk to me. Nah, I feel that. You got to be like 14. But the thing is what would someone with this many plays be doing in a feedback stream? So it's more likely that you ain't Jace than that you are. But if you are, I'm going to just say this. Improve. Improve your flow. But it's kind of sort of systemic though, right? Because a lot of these people, they release, like, look how many songs that they have. This person, Jace, whoever, if it's you or whoever the fuck, I don't care. But look how many songs they have. And this is sort of what reveals to you a little secret about the music industry, is that they really much prefer like a decent beat, but volume of songs put out rather than the quality of songs put out. And I think that that's an error. I think long term we are going to shooting ourselves in the foot, because we dilute the music industry with amateur-ish rap. And then Bone Thugs and Harmony, Tech Nine, Eminem, Kendrick, all of the people with real developed talent who are very good. Basically, I mean, it forces them to release better art, bottom line. It forces them to, like, step up their game. But at the end of the day, it would be just better for the music industry if there was less but better music, in my opinion. Jace is also a streamer, so, like, why would he make a new account to join? Not a new account. I lost Top Kid alias. Okay. Like, I don't know what's going on, but, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to say, like, either way, the main things that I have problems with are, like, your performance, the vocal performance. I won't say yours, just in case you're not who you are, which is honestly more likely, statistically speaking. Why would Jace be on, if he is as famous as this, why would Jace be on a guy's stream who has 10 simultaneous viewers? What are you doing here? You know, you have better context than me. You should not be here. You should be speaking with your contacts at Geffen fucking Records. You know what I mean? I am Kaisen Adam, just on an alt account, by the way. Thank you for supporting me, guys. I'm going to be doing another subathon this month. Stay tuned. That's funny. I stream on Kick. There's no feedback streamers on Kick. No feedback streamers on Kick? Now I know you're clowning, because that ain't true. I don't know, man. I've been in quite a few feedback streams, and there are more fake people than you'd think. Yeah, Low Gravity. I know. We know what happened here. I believe XCMG, which, to reply to you, Josh, just some skills. I haven't seen you streaming much these days, by the way, buddy. What's going on with that? But to reply to you, no, we didn't take his name in the queue. We fucked up, is what we did. We didn't follow our own procedure. And this is what happens. So here we are. Y'all forgetting I'm still a rapper and a person. Well, you are a person. Of that much, we can be certain. Because someone's chatting this shit. Someone's chatting. So you are definitely a person. DJ Ben, yeah, welcome back, my dude. I think it is as funny as you think it is, I think. CC Bean, who faking to be somebody just for feedback? You, maybe? Like a lot of people? Like a lot of people? Like a lot of people are faking shit? Been dealing with a water leak all day, just got it fixed though. Hey, all right. That's in celebration of your water leak being done. Fuck Nagdir. I don't know what that username is, but I have a website with Dutch parodies. Could I share it? You can join the queue if you wish. Anybody who's interested can command join the queue or type here for a list of detailed instructions on how to exactly do this feedback thing with me here. It's pretty easy. You just join the queue and you wait with your SoundCloud link. That's it. That's what that will say. Beep boop beep beep boop boop. I am human. Beep beep. Well, just some skills. You are not only a human, you are next. CC Bean. If you don't understand how it could make sense how someone would be impersonating someone else, if you don't understand, then you're definitely not Jace, because in order to release 806,000 view or listen songs, you have to have at least some sort of some level of business intelligence, which means you don't understand impersonation motivation. Fishy. Let's just say this. There's more signs that you're not than that you are. But even if you were Jace, even if you were, and I don't know you, and I don't know you at all, do better, buddy, because your vocals are nothing to write home about. Even though a bunch of people have listened to and liked it, I think right now, compared to the volume of people, the volume of music that's coming out, yeah, you might be among the better, but it ain't the best. So, there you go. Thanks for trusting us with the track. I can't know for sure if it's your track or not, but thanks for trusting us with the track. I don't even know if it's yours to trust us with, but honestly, I might have just gotten YouTube censored like that. Just like that. In which case, CC Bean, thanks for doing exactly what it is I was trying to avoid and sending me into a copyrighted song anyways. So this is a cover of a song I've been addicted to. I've actually made the beat. Oh, nicely done, just some skills. So yes, I know the beat can be improved, so all feedback appreciated, good sir. Well, we're pulling it up as we speak. Yeah, I think I clicked on it anyways. There we go. 12-year-old computer got to poop out of itself because it's so shit. Yeah, old ass computer. So, okay. Painkiller, as in, no, I think this is a different song than Judas Priest. I don't think you covered Judas Priest unless you got some surprises in you, motherfucker. But no, here it says Rozzy and Adam Levine cover. Of course. I mean, you are the Adam Levine and Maroon 5 aficionado of this stream, good sir. I don't think anybody has topped you in terms of knowledge on that domain. Let us listen together to pretty much the entire song. Painkiller, the work in progress by Joshua Cole.
She's my painkiller. All the side effects are there. I don't even care. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller. Hey girl, I need you so bad. Give me just a minute, I'ma make you so glad. Prescribe that pill, you know I ain't had. I'll tell you where it hurts and you'll fix it like that. Oh, there goes the pain. You can be my codeine anytime you're with me. I need you in my brain. Ain't nothing else to take in, nothing else I need, girl. She's my painkiller. All the side effects are there, and I don't even care. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller. Right now, I'm feeling so sick, and only you can understand that I need it. That's right, got me thin and through thick. You're my IV, baby, till the last trip. Oh, there goes the pain. You can be my codeine anytime you're with me. I need you in my brain. Ain't nothing else to take in, nothing else I need, girl. She's my painkiller. All the side effects are there, and I don't even care. She's my painkiller. She's my my painkiller. You can be my painkiller. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller. All the side effects are there, and I don't even care. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller. You can be my painkiller. She's my painkiller. You can be my painkiller.
All right. Okay, I've done worse fade outs, but still, not bad. Not bad. It's pretty good even. Your production is drastically improved since the last time you've submitted something you've produced. So I guess you've been practicing, which is nice. Also, yes, I did absolutely spill. I absolutely did spill coffee all over myself, and it's coffee with like Kahlua and milk in it too. So my pants should have a nice, suspicious-looking stain on their crotch. For the record. But yeah. Nagdir, my dear, let's just call you that. First of all, just hold your link until your turn. Second of all, it's SoundCloud only. So go ahead and upload your song to SoundCloud, please and thank you. I am not clicking a link like that ever. Ever. Never, even if there's a fire. Okay. Let's talk about Josh's track. Joshua Cole. It's a good, it sounds good as an artist name, Joshua Cole. Joshua, 3 syllables in the first name, and Cole, just nice and, you can't go with J. Cole, obviously, so Joshua Cole sounds quite clean as a name. Nagdir, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Just please get me a SoundCloud link and hold it until your turn, which is very soon. Let's talk about Josh's track here, bud. The intro. A little bit bare in the intro, I would say. Like, we got not much going on. We would need something to play with your vocal, like, melodies.
She's my painkiller.
Maybe a bass on the piano. I don't know. Something like a bass note on the piano. I'm not too sure what belongs here. I understand why you're going bare, but your vocals are not bare enough. They're sounding too full for the intro, which is fine in my opinion, but you need something else to sort of trio it together, and so those two elements are glued together. Maybe some air, maybe just something like oops. Well, why am I not being able to control? No, I don't want that. That's why. 65. Something like that. Little like hovering synth notes kind of thing. Maybe an idea. I don't know. Something maybe lower registers. I'm not sure. You got to try some stuff out, but there's something that needs to be added there. Okay. I'm wondering if you have better options also for your vocal reverb. Just to talk aesthetics and mixing and stuff like that. I'm wondering if there are some combinations of reverb. Maybe you might need to fuck with multiple reverbs for your voice, since again, you are mostly a vocalist and vocal emphasis vocal-centric artist. You're gonna need to master your vocal chain as a like a preset of sorts. Your compression's getting better. Your reverbs, however, I think you're gonna need to combine and play with a combination of 3 different reverbs for your vocals. And this could apply to any one of your tracks. You could just keep the same 3 reverbs on or ready at all times on every one of your vocal tracks and just change the combination of them. The first reverb isn't really even a reverb, it's more ambience. It's to give dead vocals a little more air and life, as if they were recorded in a professional booth of sorts, like a wood booth kind of reverb, really quick, 1.1, 0.2 seconds, something so short it doesn't even sound like reverb, it just sounds like the room tone. We don't want to dial in too much of that. Well, we want to make our vocals just come out just a little bit wider physically, if that makes any sense. That's the first reverb. Second reverb is going to be actually reverb. It's like something like plate, something that is going to be shorter, a bit more of like a mid-room kind of sound where it's like, ha, like it dies out slowly, but not more than 2 or 3 seconds. That's gonna be like your bread and butter for when you want your vocals to sound like they're in a plate or in like a big room of sorts. And then there's another one, which is your extremely long but extremely high-passed reverb. So it's like 5, 6, 7 seconds. Somebody that I used to, well, no, somebody that I know very well, one of my dear friends, taught me this trick a while ago where you just have very long and very big but very high-passed reverb, just to amp up that air again so that it sounds like it's a bigger room than it is. But that combined with your shorter room, not your tiny room, but your mid room, that will give more of a big room feeling. And then you dial those in precisely so that you are having the sort of total effect of sounding like you're in one really good sounding room. It's a way to cheat instead of buying reverbs that are like hundreds of dollars for one impulse response. You could sort of work with some that are not necessarily amazing reverbs in and of themselves, but as long as you dial them in, you could really make it sound like a really nice reverb. And you're talking about decay time, not just decay time. So let me show you here as an example. In Logic, there is, I'm going to just pull it up on the guitar track here. Doesn't matter. There is a Space Designer plugin. That's essentially, it's a reverb plugin, right? And so these ones, I have the access to like small spaces, medium, and large spaces. This is why this trick sort of worked really well for me, is because the rooms, the options that I have, you see you have a wet room, you have strings, tom room, you have ones that are like literally wooden chamber, and like reflection, snare chamber, like you have different materials of room. That's why I suggest that you go through the options that you do have, so that you can find a texture of the room, not just the decay time. You're trying to find a good like impulse response or something that does provide you with a little bit of difference in the actual tone of the reverb itself as well. And you're gonna have to find 3 tones that work well together. It's gonna take a lot of experimentation, but when you find those, that vocal combination of 3 reverbs. Let me see if I could find, let me, because decay time is a good place to start looking for that. Let me just go into like a project that I've been working on recently and see if I have that like combination of at least decay time, so you have a starting point of where to come from here, Josh. Let's just load it up. Okay, it's shit like this comment that pisses me the fuck off. I don't care who you are, who you claim you are. Don't try and spoil someone's dream because they don't like you, don't believe you. Yeah, but at that point, Low Gravity, it's better if you just don't even give it any attention, because it's not professionals or people that are whose attention is worth your time that it's not worth addressing even. I didn't really even spend time talking about it because it's the indifference, it's the lack of attention to a statement that will resolve those statements from happening. It's not by getting triggered by it and replying to it and dignifying it with a ridiculous enough statement or a response that is outrageous enough that you'll be able to stop those. You know, like you can't really allow people to get to you. And I know that sometimes even I do, honestly, even I have that weakness, but like for people who are either faking to be who they are or are as good as the track we listened to together, I don't care to address their soreness, because they're nobody to me. Even if you have 1 million plays on your track and you're putting out rap like that or songs like that, whatever it is, I don't care about your opinion. I literally do not care. Your opinion musically obviously means nothing to me when you could produce that bad material and get such traction from it. It's not your fault. It's many other things that are at fault. But it is certainly not that person's opinion that I'll take into consideration. Just saying. One day, Benya will be able to use Logic. I believe in you, Benya. You can do so. It's an easy enough tool to work with. Yeah, you're right. I'll shut up. I just hate when people say that shit. Oh, you don't have to shut up. You can absolutely speak your mind, Gravity. As a matter of fact, I'm if anything, I'm comforted by the fact that someone was like realizing how fucked up that is, because it is fucked up. But the best way to address fucked up people is by cutting them out of your life and pretending that they never existed in the first place. Because as far as I'm concerned, that song, I'll forget about it tomorrow, easily, even tonight, maybe. Depends how fast I smoke this. I laughed because I wasn't even the one that said anything. That's how I know he's a troll. It's a good way, right? It's a good way to tell. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's hear. I think I got it on here. Yes, I do. Okay, good. I'm glad I'll be able to show you here. So for the first vocals, let's just zoom in on these vocals here. This is not the best take. This is not at all the best take, but let's go into this example. So first, in our first chorus, in our first vocal here, we have ambient. See, 0.4 seconds, and it's like even in the bus, I don't have it 100% wet. I've dropped the volume of it. It just has to be there and present. So like if I have just the vocals well compressed and taken care of in the vocal chain over here, but then we zoom into these vocals. Let's do that. Slow in reverse. Done better takes. Okay, let's just add the vocal ambience and see what that changes. I'm spinning slow in reverse. It just sounds like a bit of a bigger room. Now, on the ears, that won't really register in the mix. Rather, it won't really register through the mix. But in the mix, it will bulk up the personality of that vocal just ever so slightly so that it stands out a little bit more. Then I throw on my mid-room reverb here. What does this look like? 2 seconds. Okay, and it's a studio room. So let's just turn all the reverbs off and listen to the dry vocals, and then let's throw this on. I'm spinning slow in reverse. Slow in reverse. Okay, now let's listen to both of them together in the mix. I'm spinning slow in reverse. Slow in reverse. See how it kind of jumps out at you as soon as I turn that like sort of short one on as well. So it kind of jumps out of the mix a little bit with that tiny room reverb. And then this is sort of your bread and butter reverb, this mid room. It does the majority of the reverb tone that you're going to be using. So this one, super important that you find one that really sits well in the mix. And the final reverb here is the very it's delay. I used in this particular case slapback delay. Spinning slow in reverse. Slow in reverse. So in this particular vocal, usually in chorus vocals, I will do something like, see, here I have very small vocals, very big vocals, and like 2 different types of delay, any combination of these. But usually either I'll put some slapback delay on it instead of large reverb, sort of like the long reflections of a room instead of the long reverb. That's also a way of going around that. And together, of course, slow in reverse. Slow in reverse. And it sounds like a big room because of those long reflections, those like sort of quick echoes that you hear make it sound like it's the direct reflections echoing off of the nearby walls. But again, you don't really hear those reflections in the mix. Instead, in the mix, what you would hear is I'm spinning slow in reverse. So yeah, they're just jumping out. So you're not really having a hard time mixing them or having them sit in the track because the vocals are kind of sitting in their right place in the room. It's kind of like, visually speaking, it's kind of like you the singer are with your microphone and you're kind of walking around the room until you hear a good spot that sounds good to your ears and you're like, okay, I'm recording here. We're setting up the mic stand here. This is sort of the process, is like digitally reproducing that a little bit. So yeah, quick question, did you do this in the end? Actually, that's a great question. Let's crack open your project and let's see if we did it. I'm gonna just do this for a second. What do we got? We just the singer. In the end, cracking it open here. Felix Descari. So there is a procedure in this stream. We do things a little bit more precisely than just taking your link. Go ahead and join the queue by command join. And then you'll see your name pop up in this queue here, just beneath me. And then when it's your turn, that's when you post your SoundCloud link right here in the chat. You don't need a Discord. I'm making it easy for you. Just keeping it all here. So, let's see, Josh. Let's see your vocals. Let's see what you've done here. Pre-chorus. Let's go to the chorus. I usually have them. Yeah, dude. Look at that. So I have short room reverb, ambient reverb. I think I'm even using the same reverbs. 0.4 little room and long. Okay, so this is in the chorus. In the choruses, I actually don't use the mid reverb. I use just the long reverb, which, by the way, now you see here, 6.5 seconds. It is a long room. It is a big room. And how does that sound? Well, we don't have any delay dialed in. No, because I have manual delays. It's true, I inputted manual delays. But let's hear the vocals without any reverb. Let's hear your vocals. I said, oh God, Spinning Beach Ball of Death. Will it allow me even to listen to the song? Oh.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only
Still hearing reverb.
a passing glance as you grabbed your back. Sold my soul.
Where's that reverb coming from? Because everything's off right now. That's weird. Anyways, it's maybe your vocal, like the actual take itself has your room in it, but that's even more important reason. You have to camouflage it. So let's put on your vocals with the ambient room. Without first.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance.
Just gives a little more life, a little more ambience, a little bit more room in the mix. It takes up a little more room in the mix, which again, vocals. Got to do it. And then the long room.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance says.
Very, very long reverb. Now, in this mix, I don't believe it fit very well. I don't think it accommodated the song very well to mix that in. But yeah, absolutely, Gravity. That is absolutely the same person here. We worked together on this track. It was fun.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
What I'll do now is I'm going to turn up the long reverb and see how it sits in the mix. But in my opinion, I think it'll stand out in the wrong way.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
It's too big, it's too grandiose. It sits far better with less big room reverb, but with the delays that I've actually applied to it. So you see here, I have manual delays kind of on here that I throw on just for that thing. It depends on the mix. For a song like the one you submitted, big room reverb might actually be the better option. But for this song, it's not. But yeah, dude, this song, Gravity, is available on streaming platforms. Although I would personally have re-released a different version myself if I were to have just said.
My soul, traded it in for another man. Never never even had a
This is with the bass that I recorded, Josh.
Odyssey. It's together in the end.
And with the drums that I redid. So yeah, this is in my opinion a better version.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window. So alone, only remember your silhouette. But you left a piece of what we could be, and my heart I see is together in the end.
Yeah, I like this version better personally, if I'm being honest with you. Sorry Spencer, if you were ever watching this stream, sorry, but there were better song choices that were made in the one that I proposed rather than the one that Spencer decided you were going with. Okay, I do have a couple more notes about your song. We've been spending a lot of time on the nitty gritty, but it's a good example for anybody. The other like the things that you see in my own like projects here are really good tricks for anybody, because again, vocal tricks, they can be universal. It's not that they will be, it's just that they can be translated universally, and they can be transduced for your songs. Okay, the bass let's go back to this one and let's just get a feel for this one again.
All the side effects are there. She's my painkiller.
So let's talk about the bass here. It's a little loud at the beginning, and I would say it's throughout a little bit loud, honestly. I think it's it could be toned down a little bit and kind of mixed a little bit better with the drums. Personally, that's my own thought. This first chorus here.
Oh, there goes the painkiller. All the side effects.
We need something else other than just your vocals. We need something to call and respond to a little bit. And not necessarily an ad-lib, because you have that in the last chorus and you like to tag that in the last chorus only. But we need an alternate lead. We need a hook is what we need. We need something stupid, but let's see. Let's see if we can...
Time you with me, I need you in my brain. Ain't nothing else to take in, nothing else I need, 'cause she's my painkiller. All the side effects are there, and I don't even care. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller.
Example. For example, one of the many ways you can go about inserting a lead or a hook of some kind in there. By synth, by piano, by instrument, I don't know. We need something like to fill those empty pockets, because it's empty. Okay. I don't know if you applied a de-esser to your voice, also something in your vocal chain, but there's some aggressive S's and some whistling between the tip of your tongue and your teeth. Some of these, if you will.
There goes the pain. You can be my codeine anytime you're with me. I need you in my brain. Ain't nothing else to take in, nothing else I need, 'cause she.
For the most part, it's actually not too bad. It's actually pretty well de-essed. But there are certain little...
Hey girl, I need you so bad.
Just so bad.
Give me just a minute, I'ma make you so glad. Prescribe that
There, it's fine. That's weird.
pill. You know I ain't had. I'll tell you where it hurts.
Tell you where it is. See those little whistles. It's like it's something that I notice and that people won't notice, but that'll just like off-put them, and it'll be a subconscious. The result will be I'm gonna play the song less than I should. because again, apart from that, it's pretty good. Okay, you have opportunities, as I spoke about, like manual delays. I showed that in your project. The manual delays that I applied are like strategic, either at the beginning or at the end of phrases, just to like emphasize whatever's about to happen. Those can appear a little more frequently throughout your track, I think. I think you could do a little bit more work with that, honestly. I think you don't have many of them. You have some reverb, but again, we should work on the reverb a little bit. But I think you should work a little bit more with the emphasis of your vocals throughout your song, throughout your cover, whatever. That's another thing. In the bridge, let's go to the bridge.
She's my painkiller. You can be my painkiller. Yeah, I got something for you. I can feel you fading. Yeah, I got something for you.
It's just a little bit more of the same that we've heard in the verse, and I think musically, you might change your chord progression, you might change your bass line, you might change your piano melody, maybe making it something more plucky and more sort of melodic. Like RP kind of is, I guess, would be the word I was looking for. Changing something musically about this section is what the bridge is for. And I think it's the time to experiment with that. And what that will do also, if you do keep it in the same chord progression, that'll allow you to sort of unfold it on top of your last chorus too, which is another comment that I have, which is that your last chorus needs more than just ad-libs to make it different from the others. It needs to ramp up both lead-wise and accompaniment-wise. So you need to bring it up to level 2. Right now it's at like level 1.4. You throw on some ad-libs and you call it a day. I call it 4 hours in the studio, well spent, but you got 4 more hours that you've bought and paid for by signing up to release a song, if you will. Like you have to think. I guess the mentality here that I'm saying is you have to think deeper than just what you can add to the vocals to make a song build over time, crescendo over time, which is the whole point that I had with the song that we showed you there, the song In the End, from that Low Gravity seems to be enjoying quite thoroughly, which I'm glad, because we put some hard work into that. But that's the mentality that I think that Spencer was also lacking in that particular track, is that like it takes more than just changing the vocals or adding vocal layers or whatever it may be, or a guitar solo in mentality of a guitarist. That would make a lot of sense. It takes more than just one lead change to make the last chorus as grandiose as it needs to be, as it deserved to be throughout the song. And my point stands, I think. Last option. And this is sort of like also contributing to the last chorus, but could also contribute to your second chorus. Or could it contribute to the whole song, maybe? Harmonies, dude. Harmonies. She's my painkiller. She's my painkiller. Let's see if it sounds any good in the chorus.
And I don't need any time you're with me. I need you in my brain. Ain't nothing else to take in, nothing else I need. 'Cause she's my painkiller. All the side effects are there, and I don't even care. She's my painkiller.
Something different, something more, something augmented, something that brings this song from 1.4 to 2.0. You know what I mean? Layers. Not just the same layers that you've already had copy-pasted, more layers, different ones. The song needs to ramp up over time. It doesn't need to stay the same, because if it stays the same, you're losing momentum. I've said this already today. Anyways, that's it. That's pretty much all I had to say. It's relatively had a couple more notes for you, Josh, than usually. But, you know, you deserve it. You're one of our stream's longest time and quantity-wise, quality-wise also, like, biggest supporters. And it's worth cracking open a former client's project to like sort of synonymize the lessons that I'm trying to impart with lessons that this song would require. it's a lot easier to also have examples of what I'm talking about. So good opportunity for us to sort of sit and listen to the song together and understand what we're doing here. Either way, as always, Just Some Skills, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's always nice to have you back here, Josh. It's a nice voice, a welcome voice in the... whoops, I dropped my pen. It's a welcome voice in the stream, that one that we have not heard in a little while. Whoops, you can shut the fuck up. And I'm gonna get my pen. Got it. And yeah, it's honestly not a bad cover. I don't really remember the original that well, but it's chill. It's super soothing. It's like kind of down tempo and kind of low tension in a way, right? I think we could all agree it's not a very tense song, kind of relaxing. And I like that. That's nice. So either way, Just Some Skills. Thank you for trusting us with your track. And thanks for supporting the stream, as always, buddy. You've been subscribed for a long time, and you just gifted a sub today as well, so we appreciate you as a person. We're going to be moving along down the line here, folks. Stick around, Josh, if you do have some time, as we go to Nagdir, the, I believe, Dutch parody songs, if I'm not mistaken, was the premise upon which they was it that? Is that it? I'm trying to find there. I have a website with Dutch parodies. Could I share it? I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think they're here anymore. Nagdir. Let's see. Nope, not here anymore. We're gonna be moving on down the line here, folks. You gotta be here to share your stuff. I got Eye Pieces. Eye Pieces. You with us? I don't think they're with us either. That's okay. We're skipping to the people who are actually here. Next. Pure Brexit Giza. Fucking love that. That name is it's got so many implications. I know for a fact that you're here in the chat. I see it here. Are you? Really? No. Brexit, you're usually here. Usually you're a decent listener. You're perhaps off ears for now. I don't know, but you're in the chat, so I'm going to tag you one more time. Pure Brexit Giza. Whoops, I added an accent grave, an A. I added an at, a French at, a French ampersand. Only people who speak French will understand that. Because the word for to, or rather the word for at, is that. Literally that letter with that accent on it. Je suis à la maison. I am at home. Just sorry. Bad jokes. Okay, well, Brexit. Sorry, dude, but you gotta be here to get it. Sorry, dog. We're moving on down the line. We're just knocking through a bunch of people. Felix Dascari. Are you with us? Or did everyone just bail? In which case, who's here right now? I see people. What the fuck's going on? I'm seeing people in the chat. I'm seeing people in the viewers list. Is there something wrong with my stream, guys? Someone who's here, hit up the chat. Tell me if you're able to chat or if it's just me, because I ain't seeing any messages or anything like that. Pure Brexit Giza. Oh, hello. Oh, hi. We had just skipped you, but go ahead, since Felix Dascari doesn't seem to be here anyways. Pure Brexit Giza. Go ahead and submit your song, since we had skipped you about like 3 minutes ago. At least it's working now. At least we know it's working. Hit me up, Brexit. Which is a sentence I didn't think I'd say today. Let's get a SoundCloud link up in the chat. Brexit, please. Thank you. Let's go. Needs a bit of mixing, but did a lot of experiment. And you did some experiments. Did a little bit of experimenting. Okay, I'm pulling it up as we speak. Whoa, I didn't intro this song yet. I didn't even open the screen. Now I did, but still. Your song deserves a slight intro. The song known as D Dist at 147 BPM by Hollow Points, an alternative rock song. Interesting. We will listen to the entirety of this particular song, and we will tell you what we think here. Hollow Points. 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 All right, enough of the wordplay. Let's listen and let's talk about it after. Probably re-listen to sections of this individually, but first of all, let's talk about a few obvious things. This delay on your kick. I don't know how you're gonna get rid of that, but you need to get rid of that because it's weird. Instead of, it's already in a room, the delayed drums, it's not really having the effects that it should have on me, which is to like create the impression of bigger drums or to create the impression of like mixed up sort of delay. It's not really, you could half time that delay and it'll have more impact, but it's still not my favorite way of going about applying delay to drums personally. So I think you can do better than that on the ambience side of your drums. Speaking of the drums, it's my main complaint right now because I think I couldn't unhear it and I kind of lost sight of everything else, but I'm going to re-listen to it and I promise you we'll get you a fair listen of your synths and stuff. That said, the drums, you might consider writing playable lines because obviously these are digital drums, but they could be automated a little bit more humanely, like fucking with the velocity a little more strategically as a drummer would play it. But more importantly, since most drummers are not octopi the majority of the time, they do not have the amount of limbs that you are portraying, and most drummers do not have two sets of different hi-hats and can hit 5 things at the same time, notwithstanding their legs. Because I hear the kick and I hear the hi-hat opening and closing, so that's the other leg, that's the 2 legs. Then I hear a hi-hat being hit in the right, the opposite side of the hi-hat that's on the left. So, okay, argument's sake, a drummer could technically have a closed hi-hat, technically, and it's panned to the right, so it's there to kind of insinuate that it's off to another side of the clapping, the foot-controlled hi-hats. Then you have a ride. Where's the ride? It's on the left. And that ride is also doing this. Okay, so let's say we give the argument benefit of the doubt. Your hi-hat also controls a ride, like a cymbal hitter, which no one owns. Nobody owns this. So that's not a thing. But let's say, okay, then we have just surpassed the amount of possible arms to which we have access. You now have a drummer and or what are those creatures called? The Yuan-Ti abominations in D&D that have like 2 sets of arms. You've now entered into fantastic drummer territory. And I don't think necessarily that it's to the benefit of the aesthetic of the song, because there's way too much going on drum-wise now. That's like, there's a reason that 4 arms is plenty for drummers, because if you can't do what you're doing with 4 limbs, and you need a 5th, I think you're adding too much anyways, is my personal opinion. I'm hiring aliens to become my drummer. I'm jealous, low-key jealous, not even low-key, high-key jealous. I wish I could have the little green men or the little gray men on my drum kit. I fucking wish. But I have actually a really decent drummer who knows how to use their 4 limbs and can fill this much space with less notes, with less strokes played. And I think that it does become a lot. Now, in an intro context, there's an argument that you need to fill space and that it could be welcome. But then you keep it going. Suddenly, the song is like a drum song, but the drums aren't particularly well arranged, like especially the drum toms and fills. Like, they're not particularly conducive to like a certain feeling of sorts. It's kind of like just you're inserting drums into a cool loop, but I don't find that it's that cool of a loop at the end of the day, especially in context with the instruments. Oh, it's Wild Boars joined the queue. Thank you very much, Wild Boars. Appreciate you. We seen you. We seen you. So yeah, that's I think my opinion on those drums. You got to really hone those in to something that is tighter. You need a little more toning down. I think that might be the problem that I have sometimes, because I try to fill in my beats with extra percussion. Yeah, but you don't have to. It doesn't have to be a drum kit necessarily. It could be like bongos, it could be tambourines, it could be congas, it could be djembes, it could be like a bunch of different types of percussion. World percussion can very well fill in the space that you're trying to fill in here. Now, as a drummer, I don't necessarily think of those things in first either. I would think of tom fills. But as a drummer, I know that if I'm doing a tom fill in one section, I'm not doing the ride and the kick and the snare and the hi-hats and the cymbal play and the foreplay with the cock ring. I'm not doing any of that. I'm doing the tom fill. Like, that's the sound. That's what we've got. If anything, for your song, I would start there on the drum tom fill. I wish I had my drums. I wish I had my drums set up. They're right there. But I can't play them. So I would start this song with the and then you go to the drums with the ride, and even if you want the stomping hi-hats, like that, and then you fill the space that was formerly being occupied with like hand drums. You know what I mean? Like some other percussion of many kind. You can even have the fucking what are those little wood sticks called? I think they're literally called wood sticks, where you just clack them together, just clacking. You know, you're just clack them together. Yeah, fill up that space, absolutely. Think about what you would have on stage as a band. What elements, in terms of musicians, will you have? On many stages, Pink Floyd does this. From Pink Floyd to Wolfpack, you have the drummer, and then you have a percussionist. And the percussionist sometimes has extra snares, has extra drum kicks, but toms, for some reason, are always missing. Snares and kicks I've seen on tons of different percussionists. The only exception, I think, is Pink Floyd when they have the rototoms specifically for the song Time. The tuned rototoms. Like those are in the percussionist. Or no, is that Nick Mason playing those? I don't know. The point is, fix the patterns. Now let's talk about the synths and the textures. Let me try and count here because the timing pattern seems very awkward, and I'm not counting a beat here. So this is the thing. So I see you're starting and stopping on things that are not the one. Cool. That's really cool. But I think your elements will have to meet up at those sections and reintroduce themselves together, because already you're making a choice that is weird and not going da 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 da. You're not doing a 4/4 simple thing. You're going da 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 da, something like that. That's cool. It's cool. I'm cool with that. But all of your elements should all emphasize that, like as in lean in to that change, because otherwise if one thing's doing it, like the bass line, and the drums are just doing their thing, they're at odds. You have musicians that are soloing separately and not meeting up and coalescing together. Again, I see this from the band. I see this from the band perspective. If I was on stage and I was playing that bass and the drummer wouldn't meet up with me, I would literally, this is Mike on stage playing this bass and watching the drummer. Are you ready for this? I'm about to put on a little performance here. This is me on stage, listening to a drummer not meeting up with me, going like, dude, I'm doing something cool, help! The rhythm section should be talking far more, is I guess my point here. I think that might be the problem. Oh no, yeah, we talked about that. Making drum sound natural is a tough thing to figure out for me. Wild Boars, it's a tough thing to figure out. It is a difficult challenge, but however, once you do and you figure out your tricks, then you just play with those tricks until it sounds natural in every song. It's a combination of many different tricks, though. That's the thing. There's so many things happening in the drum sound. Each drum could have like 2-3 mics on it sometimes. It's crazy. But you can very well figure out how to make drums sound natural. I'm getting real close to getting it sound imperceptibly close. So far. I'll change that drum pattern and use a better cool, whatever. We've already talked about that. I didn't want to be dismissive in that respect. We also need a change in flow here. I'm hearing this new synth, which jumps out at us mix-wise, but you've been clear that this needs mixing, so that's fair. We need elements that tell the story a little bit either quicker, a little more efficiently. I think in general, obviously this is a rough sort of thing, but it needs some distillation. You need to distill what you've got here and lean one into the other. Let your instruments lean on each other a little bit. Like if one person's doing an odd thing, let the riff that they are doing like reflect that, I think. In other words, work together. Make your instruments work together a little bit more tightly is my overall here. And if you're going, this is my sort of funny thing here, which is like you chose real drums sound that's good. I'm okay with that. I'm super happy with it. It doesn't sound necessarily bad, except for the velocity and the playability of it. The ghost notes are a little bit lacking. You have plenty of strokes, but you don't have plenty of ghost notes, which is my whole point here with you're putting too many notes in too many places rather than focusing on the things that you should be, like the ghost notes on the snare, ghost notes on the toms. Instead of putting more rides and more hi-hats, focus a little bit on that expression, that the nuance of a drummer. And that will help greatly, but also focus on the nuance between the drummer and the bassist. The drummer's nuance with the lead, the bassist's nuance with the drummers when they're working with the lead. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be a little more globally thought and not just individual elements kind of just doing their thing. Is my overall thoughts. Either way, Pure Brexit Giza, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's got nice textures. D minor is a great key. D dist also, it's a little on point, but still on the nose, I mean. Yeah, thank you for trusting us with your track, dude. It's on its way to being a something. I typed stuff on the note, but good stuff. I mean, stick around as we move on to the next. Thank you very much. I thought for some reason I thought you were already followed. I don't know. Either way, let's move on down the line. Brexit, stick around. Obviously, we are talking to Wild Boars now, but we are very possibly going to say something in Wild Boars track that might pertain to you and your track. You might get an idea and go like, oh, fuck, shit, that's actually a really good idea. I might try that in my song. Like, you might come up with an idea. Oh, another thing, Pure Brexit, is another lead line instead of just like relying on the synth sort of pads. Maybe coming up with a lead melody of sorts to kind of play with and play around, so that the other instruments can also find their thing together. So far, the thing I think that is taking the most personality is the bass. Not a bad thing. It's a ballsy move. I like those moves. But more than one lead is never an offense. Let's say that. Especially in an instrumental track. You should really consider that. Okay, it's Wild Boars. Your feedback is sick. Thank you. And really songwriting focused. I did get more of a mixer and master guy. I'm more of a mixer and mastering guy, so I'd like to hear what you think. Well, I also have a very big focus on mixing and mastering. It's just if the mix is not the problem in a track. If you got to go back to the songwriting, then like I'm not going to talk to you much about the mix, because especially if you acknowledge like we're not at the mixing stage yet, as Pure Brexit did. He said like it needs mixing, but we have other ideas to talk about. But yeah, I could definitely look at mixes as well. But if you're looking for songwriting advice, the 2025 Fish Memory, feel you a little bit sometimes. Rose or Grey version 23, dog. This reminds me of my early days of working on songs. Version 23. Man, okay. I feel you, but at the same time, you should probably settle on a version less quickly. We've talked about this in a previous stream, though, Wild Boars. It's not a slam on you. It's just that at some point or another, you don't call something a version until you're like, okay, what do you think? Like until your arrangement at least is figured out or some ideas are fleshed out. Either way, 2025 Fish Memory. Rose or Grey, version 23, the work in and it's still a work in progress. Okay, let's listen. I'm done. Let's listen. Fish Memory, here we go.
Life's a picture, but it all depends. Rose or Grey, you get to choose your lens. It's a choice, not a circumstance. Flowers bloom when you take a chance. Maybe look, have a second glance. It's a choice, so what will be your stance? What's it gonna be? What do you wanna see? You wanna see rose rather than grey.
idea, I will say the idea of this, you said this is like a 1/3, sometimes I bounce it a bunch of times within an hour. Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, I get it. You're bouncing it, you're listening to it, you're bouncing, you're listening to it. I get it. I get the workflow. It's just like, I don't necessarily love that workflow personally. Yeah, so just based on the limited snapshot that this song is, I like the idea of it. It's well thought out, it's heavy, it's big, it's wide. I just feel like the execution is really where we need to tune it. For instance, I'm not the hugest fan of your kick and your snare samples or processing, or I don't know what it is. At some point I wrote snare reverb in my notes, snare more reverb, but I don't know if it's just that or if it's sample choice or if it's just like not properly sitting in the mix or something like that. But I feel like the drums could be far bigger personally and sound far denser. Can occupy more space. There's that wide open space where the drums could literally go boo, boo, ka, boo, boo. Like that space is there to accommodate it, and the feel of the song, for all intents and purposes, feels like there's space for that to be accommodated. So the execution of the drums needs, I think, some reworking. I'm not a fan necessarily of the balance you have with your vocals either. They're very, very loud in the mix, and I don't think they need to be that loud. Maybe look, have a second glance. Yeah, they're excessively loud, even in the chorus. You introduce left and right doubles. Okay, so here's the thing. Left and right doubles are not inherently a bad thing. As a matter of fact, they might be what you very well need for this song. You might need those. But you, during this entirety of this chorus, are having way too many elements. And now at this point, the drums, I want them to be bigger because they occupy more space, but you also have violins, you have string staccatos, dun, dun, dun. You have textures, you have bass, you have a bunch of shit going on here. But are you willing to work for every day? Piano too. It doesn't get easier like they say. Your beat comes up to like double time, or technically it's just regular time for this tempo, but there's too much going on, and you have to make some choices here as to what you're going for. What do I get rid of? I agree. Well, dude, if I knew that, you'd be paying me to mix your song, but you're not. So I would say you need to make a choice. I don't know what choice that would be. 23 versions is a little bit crazy, especially considering the state of the song. I think your workflow here, Wild Boars, is going to need to be fine-tuned a little bit, because you have to, I think, spend a little bit more time not bouncing and actually working in on it. Because, yeah, like, you shouldn't be verifying things so frequently. You should be learning from those at some point. 23 versions is excessive, honestly. But I get the workflow, like the mentality of it. You bounce, you check, you bounce, you check. But that is flawed and inefficient, because in and of itself, you're not spending time fixing those errors that you noticed in the first bounce. And you're just not fixing things properly. And the proof is that even at version 23 of the first third of the song, we haven't even heard the whole song, we're getting an impression of denseness, but also messiness. We're getting an impression of hollow sections in the same song. Like, you have priorities that are mixed, I think. And I don't know which ones we need to focus on first. Because when sections like this come in...
Life's a picture, but it all depends. Rose or gray, you get to choose your lens. It's a choice, not a circumstance. Flowers bloom when...
Dead air, where there's literally two things happening at the same time. No lead element. It's just not the way you make popular music, dude.
You take a chance. Maybe look, have a second glance. It's a choice.
You have something there, which again is the instinct. This is why I say the ideas that you have here are good ones. are really good ones. Like the violin in that is cello or violin? It sounds like it could be viola, actually. I think it sounds like viola. The viola that's, well, whatever, the string instrument that's providing that melody there is nice. It's a good idea, and it's showing that you have the intent to expand over time, so that the thoughts are there. But then it gets all of a sudden really dense with the main vocals, and that's for two reasons. One, violin and vocals, especially in these note registers, occupy very similar frequency pockets. So mixing them dead centered one on top of the other is going to get confusing to a listener who's hearing two leads. So an easy way to resolve that is to spread it left and right. But more importantly, too, the idea of having emptiness before it and then denseness after it is jarring to audiences. So suddenly the audience has so much more responsibility. But if you were to start that violin melody in that empty spot right here, like if you were to have, like, let's say my guitar is the violin, like you, that's your melody, right? You can lead into that melody. You can easily lead into that melody.
Flowers bloom when you take a chance. Baby, rose or gray, you get to choose your last. It's a choice, not a circumstance. Flowers bloom when you take a chance.
Easy filling of space right there. You take something that you already have, you introduce it to us as the audience in the place that you're going to put it in the mix, which in my opinion should be one side or the other or both, left and right, just to make space for the vocals. And boom, problem resolved. You've given us three things cleverly camouflaging one big error, which is an empty spot not thought of. Every second counts. Every second in your track. This is pretty much my last note for you either way here, Wild Boars, but this is we play with a time-based art form. Our song exists only when we press play, only when the time continues to scroll, essentially. That being said, every single second that you're putting audio into the universe, I hate that I used the universe, that you're putting audio into the world, let's just put it that way, that you're making air pressure, every second counts. Like every moment, there has to be intention behind it. If there's a dead spot, that's not inherently a bad thing, but is it in its most ideal, most punctuative form? Does it cause as much punctuation or as much lack of punctuation as is perfectly balanced for your song and necessary for your song? And in this particular case, that dead space could be filled with something that gives us far more of a anticipation for the next section. Initiative for us to continue listening, like giving us the idea, this carries on, there's more. But wait, there's more. Stupidly, it's a bad example, but there's a reason that these advertisements on TV talking about sham wows and magic bullets, there's a reason that's always, but wait, there's more. They want you to stop. Don't change the channel. We have more to reveal to you. But musically, you can't just say, but hold on, the pre-chorus is coming. That would be the stupidest song ever. It would be so funny. It would be literally just, now wait, now here comes the verse, now the pre-chorus. All right, now the chorus is on. Wait on. Here we go. Here's the chorus. Like, I had to choose a transatlantic voice, of course, but I would love to hear someone do that cleverly. But it would be the stupidest fucking song ever. So we have to announce our next section in cleverer ways than that, using your musical themes that you already have, like introducing them early. So many ways of going about it. You say here, wow, it's Wild Boars, you've given me a lot to think about. Yeah, I understand and I agree. I'm going to take some careful steps from there, here, then, probably simplify things a bit in the chorus. Dude, thanks a lot for this feedback. Seriously needed to hear it. Good, man. Good. I'm glad it did. It was really the ideas that you do have. Oh, welcome back, Felix. We skipped your name. If you want to resubmit your name, you'll go next, basically, because we're just finishing up Wild Boar's song. But welcome back. It's my pleasure, honestly, to help you. It's like the ideas. Agreed. Pure Brexit. The ideas that you do have that are there are not necessarily bad ones by any intent. By like they are second clap. Oh, the second explosion always gets me. They're not bad ideas. They're just like poorly executed. And the good news about that is that you just have to tweak what you have already there and strip some away. You strip some away, but you add more to the song, basically. Lean into, I've said this a couple of times today, actually, in certain songs. Lean into the aspects that you do want to emphasize and take away the ones that aren't really helping you with those elements, with like they're not reinforcing. Orchestral music, I hear you touching on orchestral music here, Wild Wars. That's good. Orchestral music does a lot of that, though. They layer many instruments playing the same note so that it sounds like a wall of one note, of one specific, like this timbre of this note is going to be a combination of violin, viola, French horn, trombone, and then it's going to be reinforced with the tuba. And then, you know what I mean? Like, that note is specifically for that. And then they can split off into harmonies, and then they harmonize on top of it. And then there's endless combinations of how to do that. But they do that a lot, and I see you trying to employ that technique of having a lot of different elements that, sound-wise, kind of mix well together. Yes, but arrangement-wise and songwriting-wise, you have to, like, focus in on key melodies or key, like, themes. And lean into those and like use your elements that you have sculpted here to emphasize each other. But you have to do so cleverly, honestly. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. But yes, thank you either way for trusting us with your track, dude. It's again, good ideas, but... Oh shit, I guess you already joined. Never mind. Good ideas, but definitely need some work. You're all my pleasure, my dude, truly. We're going to keep on moving. We don't have many people in the queue today. We might have a quick stream this on this particular day. Because we only have Felix the Scary, who's already submitted his link. Their link, I should say. I don't want to assume people's identities. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer every year. Yes, you can close the door. Absolutely. We have your link here, Felix the Scary. We'll see just how scary. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this here, Felix. And we're going to tell you what we think. Shall we together endeavor upon the quest known as Without You 1 by Felix the $Carey. Felix the Scary. Here we go.
I'll
Whoops! I went straight to the 3 minutes and I completely forgot. I got so entranced by the voicemail. That was super weird. Okay, so I got some notes here. Let's talk about you though for a second here. I wrote this song when I was 15. Okay. I wrote a song when I was 15 as well. It was terrible. It wasn't bad. There was a couple of songs I wrote around that time, and one of them was just atrocious. But there was a couple that were pretty good, and I like borrowed their riffs, put it in other songs. Recorded at 16. Also have done that. When I didn't know how to mix, and now that I'm 17 and I know a little bit, I've been mixing it for the past 5 months. 5 months! Okay, right. You're 17. Right, sorry. Sorry. I realized that at the beginning of your mixing stage, that's how long it takes to like really hone in a song. I forgot. I'm sorry. I had that time as well when I was young. So my mistake. But 5 months is a long time just on an objective scale to mix a song. 5 months to record, mix, and master one song is a long time. But I have known songs to take years to complete, honestly. I'm working on some right now. But yeah, it was just a learning experience. Okay, this does sound kind of like a learning experience track. And here's what I would have personally learned from this. I got a couple of notes here. Less Than Perfect, what's up? I saw you before on the stream finishing up your battle track. It was pretty cool. Sounded pretty nice. Some nice little melodic passes. I'm just playing with you, man. But no, it sounded like you had some nice dense chord progressions and stuff. My first real master took about 115 hours. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is like, I forgot about that completely, honestly. I forgot about the experience that is living in a world where you're just literally, you got nothing to do, but you have nothing but time to give to these projects. Anyways, we've talked enough about the time. Let's talk about something that was actually time-based as well, but it's a comment about your song. So, this intro. Let's learn a little bit together about this song. This intro. Very Nirvana sound, by the way. I'm okay with the guitar sound as an intro sound. I understand the compulsion, especially at your age. I understand the compulsion to have as long of an intro as you do, and it's not objectively long, okay? In and of itself, 20 seconds is it's actually pretty somewhat objectively long. I personally here, Felix, would split this in half. I would have the elements come in much quicker, and you just jump in with the drums after half this time. So you would have the guitar playing at first here. And then by this point, you hear that guitar start like the strummy acoustic guitar starting to come in. And then let me just sort of try and idealize what I would have. Right after here, I would have the right there. What else you got? Yeah, and those like little guitar things. Like basically, what would it sound like if I did it? I'm gonna get this, Felix. Hold on a second. Let me try this. Not really. I'm never gonna get this. So it's basically the length total. know, like get into it fast. Jump in because, again, I said this on the last review, we make a time-based art medium. The medium we choose, music, is time-based. People don't have any time to waste at all, including 10 seconds for your intro. That's already a long time. So like if I was just jumping into this, I wish I had a looper that I can show you how quickly this song could jump in and jump in. Okay, this is the next thing. So this song jumps into like the pre-chorus first. Bold. Bold, not impossible to pull off, but yeah, yeah. Hold on, bro, the notes, got the notes instantly, that's impressive. It took me months to write the riff. Feels unfair sometimes. Okay, this is the thing, guys. I've practiced writing riffs for decades, multiple decades now. I've been playing melodic instruments since I'm 3, yes, but fucking around with them since I'm 3, but playing them seriously since I'm about 10 years old. I'll be 33 in a month. 23 years of experience practicing playing riffs and listening to melodies. It takes time. Definitely takes time, but the feeling is there I get that for sure, but the feeling is still there sometimes. I totally understand that. It's just the luck that I had to being exposed from music, around music, or to music from a young age, like from the music that my parents played for me to the music my stepdad would like literally play drums, and I was like, oh, I want to do that. Perform with live instruments. That sounds cool. That feels cool. And it did, and it was, and it's awesome. Playing drums is awesome. But that's where it started. Then the guitar, then the bass, then the vocals, then the bass. But you know, like, don't get yourself down that you don't have 23 years of experience. At some point you will, and you're going to be like, oh yeah. I remember when Mike was telling me, you know, he remembers when it used to take him 100 hours to mix something. So like, it's cool, y'all. But yeah. So you're starting, just to get back here, you're starting here on the pre-chorus.
I'm fine without you. Baby, I'm fine without you. Still dying without you. No lying down to me.
So already, it's a verse, technically. It sounds like a verse, but I would have maybe chosen, because your intro here, that's doing that. It's starting on your root note in this song is not the first note you're playing, which is a G, nor is it the second note you're playing, which is an E. Third note. This is your home. This is your root note of your song. It's B minor. So, what I think I would do for your chorus is not start, or for your verse, is either continue that riff, but because that's your chorus riff, I actually wouldn't. I would probably just start something on the without. I don't know what I would do actually. Hold on a second.
Hey baby, I'm fine without you. Still dying without you.
Okay, yeah. Because that's your chorus riff. So it makes sense. It makes sense that you're sticking to the theme, but this sounds far more like a pre-chorus riff when you're basically double timing it, like without, or half timing it rather, without. Yeah, it sounds far more like a pre-chorus riff, and it doesn't sound too much verse to me. So maybe something cool, which you could do, is like add something a little more sparkly and a little like lighter tone. Maybe you could start let me just see something here. You could start your verse like with something a little more clean and like a little less dense.
Without you, without you, without you, without you. You know, something like that. I don't know. You fuck with that chord progression, the B minor into the G major into the E major, because you play a lot of E minor in this, which is fine. But I feel like your sound goes from dense and heavy to denser and heavier to denser and heavier. You need to clean up the sound a little bit more sometimes. I would find some new lyrics for your first verse as well than what you have for your chorus, because they are the same lyrics. Let's listen. You're double timing it, and you're changing the melody a little bit, but that's okay. But I would just find some new lyrics, like something melodic, something a little less drony as you have for your chorus. Also, something about your mix, because it does sound like you've put a decent amount of time into this. Your snare is a little choked. It's like getting sucked into the mix. It's like boom, 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 boom. It's like getting sucked in, and I don't know what's happening. It's probably over compression or miscompression, but I think you need to give that that snare a little more breathing room, a little bit more room to expand, like a snare. Let me just play a snare. I know one that I got that's good. This one.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair.
That snare, the thing about it is that it has that density. It has that, but you hear the attack of it. You hear the stick hitting the skin, the digital skin, I guess, whatever. But you hear it, you feel it. So yeah, when I recorded the drums with my friend, we did it on a $20 mic from Walmart. Yeah, okay, but the way you're processing it is not, I don't necessarily think it's the recording quality that is a problem. I think it's the processing. I think it's the over compression that you're using, that you're hearing right now, because I don't honestly hear that much of a problem with the sample you're using. I'm just hearing too quick of a compression. So I think you could still have a decent sounding snare in there. It doesn't sound that bad. Surprisingly, for a $20 mic from Walmart, it doesn't sound that bad. Also, Walmart sells mics? What the fuck? Since when? I haven't tried them. I guess I should try them with this as evidence. Just another quick note about your mix. Your vocals are loud throughout the song. I think they could come back 2 or 3 dB. I've been saying this note a lot today, honestly. A lot of vocalists that are like mixing themselves don't know when to stop with their vocals. So like 3 dB, 5 dB back. Probably only 3 dB is what you're going to need to back off. Silent Felon, what's going on, by the way? Welcome to the chat for the first time. We appreciate you being with us. Fuck yeah, love to hear it. I do too. That's exactly it. It's like good quality can be achieved from cheap. Thank you, Silent Felon. Appreciate you. Yeah, I upgraded to a $200 mic from Walmart. Still very good. Very good. I'm going to turn down my other mic here. That could still be great. My microphone that I have, I think it costs $150 and it comes in a bundle of 2, but I paid it. I don't even remember how much I paid it. I still use it to this day. You don't need the $500 dynamic microphone. It helps, but you don't need it. You could still achieve good quality with that. By any chance, are submissions still available? Absolutely, Silent Felon. Right up here, there's going to be instructions. It's going to say command feedback for instructions, but you could just command join the queue, and your name will appear down here. By any chance, oh yeah, what an upgrade. I know, what an upgrade indeed. Yeah. Oi, Corlius! Hope everything's doing well. Yes, sir, Zeal and Ardor. Welcome back, my dude. Hope you've been well. If you have a track to submit, I'm happy to allow you your right as the top gifter of the month to skip the queue, though there's not many people in the queue, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, let's continue on with Silent Felix the Scary's notes here. Your vocals. I'm fine without you. Yeah, so you have delay on your vocals throughout. Felix, that is a mistake. Let me tell you why. Because delay is a tool that is supposed to be used either as a texture, but like shorter delay, something that is a little bit tighter, like called slapback. That is sort of, it sounds kind of like, it tricks your brain into thinking it's kind of like reverb. Or you use it as emphasis at the end or beginning of phrases or on key words. You don't keep it on as an effect. That will cloud up your mix, and you will also, when you do want delay to be like really impactful, it will have no impact because you will have had it on for the entire song. So what's the difference between the rest of your song? It shouldn't be part of the furniture. It should be the good pillows that you put out when you're expecting company. Okay? Just saying that's the it shouldn't be the part of the furniture. It should be the good dishes that you put out when you have company coming over for dinner, basically. You know what I mean? That's what the fancy cutlery, exactly. That's what delay should be. In key moments of your song, you apply delay to emphasize those moments so that it's like, look how big this moment is. Without you. Like that you has much more effect. But throughout the song, it loses its impact. You're also doing a little thing to your bass that I'm not sure why, but it's muddy.
Still dying without you, no lying down to me. You're the reason I hate every other fucking face. Try to relate, but
also, yeah, I would play a little bit more with the bass here, Felix, like, because you're having very much root notes. Remember that a bass can be more melodic than that. Like that melody, throwing it in occasionally, not necessarily every riff, because it gets excessive and then it sounds like the bassist is like outplaying the band. So it could be very off-putting. In fact, if you throw that everywhere. But like just as an example. And the chorus is the time where it could be huge, like you could very well just lean on that. And that's enough because you have the rest. So the melodic elements of the bass, I think, can be thought of a little bit more here. Felix. Mike is a low-key beast on the bass. Thank you, Zealandardo. I appreciate it. It's a lot of practice, but I'm like barely past the octave stage. I'm like just beginning to explore more melodic and counter melodic stuff. But just at the tip of that iceberg, honestly. Silent Felon, oh my god, bass does something to my brain. I love it. Ew, bass always gives me stank face. Yeah, but my stank face was because I made a mistake and I was like, I should have done something better than that. But yeah, bass has a special place in my heart. In my opinion, bass is probably the instrument upon which the most burden is laid in the band. I'm not saying it's the most important, but it's kind of by a process of elimination the most important element in a band, because if you eliminate any other elements, you could make do. If you eliminate bass from a band, no, dude, no, something's missing. You can even do real well with a drum and a bass and a vocal. Just those things could come together. But like, it's the only thing that if you take it out, is like, this song is not complete. Even for acoustic songs, it's like you mix your acoustic guitar with bass included in the mix. If you're making an acoustic song, same thing with piano. If you're playing piano, the bass portions of the piano are mixed accordingly to fill those pockets. But bass, in one capacity or another, absolutely has the most manipulative power, Zealandardo. It manipulates the song into what you want the song to be at the end of the day. Because if you did root notes only throughout your song, and there are opportunities for the root notes to like take to shape the elements around it, especially with long Felix, you're droning on with these long drony notes without you, and meanwhile, while you're just holding on these notes, nothing melodic is happening. You're just strumming on the guitar, bam 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 bam, and the bass, ba-da-da-da-da. So something melodic has to be filling that space at some point. Not necessarily for your choruses. I think your choruses are actually badass.
I can't get no space without you. I'm fine without you. Hey baby, I'm
Now, personally, I would mix the shit out of those guitars so that they were like nice and juicy and like the distortion on them. Let me try and find a good level so that
I can't get no space without you. I'm fine without you. Hey baby, I'm fine without you. Still dying without you. No lying down to me.
Yeah, dude, if you get that leveling right with some heavy distorted guitars in the mix of that chorus is like real, like talk about stank face, Silent Felon, but that chorus would give me stank face. I would just be like, oh yeah, that's heavy, that's juicy. So you got a good chorus and all the elements surrounding it, including the very long drawn out pre-chorus like verses. They are not giving me life. They are dragging me back down from these great, great choruses. So yeah, Caston's Corner. Hello, Thomas. How you doing? Hoping you are well. Sorry I streamed on your day. I'll jump over to yours at some point. Silent Felon. That would give everyone stank face. Yeah, exactly. When it's well done, it's well done. Track is sick regardless, but you obviously know what you're doing and you could easily be more deliberate and listener leading with the bass. Good stuff. Yeah, regarding the bass, I think I agree with that. But I don't necessarily love the way that the chord progressions in the choruses, in the verses, lead into a pre-chorus that is identical. So I think that could be recomposed a little bit. I think you could use a little more clean guitars in the chorus, in the verses and the pre-choruses, and a little more distorted guitars in the actual choruses. I also need the vocals to change up some stuff. I need you to like edit some of the melodies a little bit more, especially in the later parts of your song. Because I don't think this track needs to be 3 minutes and 36 seconds. I think you could very well trim this down and distill it down to like a tight 3 minutes, if not even 2 minutes, 45 seconds. And you would have a better song for it. Something that is less, but more. When it is less, it occupies more. The voicemail. Let me talk about that before we call it, because this would be my last note for you. Caston's Corner taking a break at the moment. Oh, okay, interesting. Is there any particular motivation, or just you need the time? Oh God, speaking of bass, Silent Felon, my track is bassless. Good luck. Oh boy. We'll talk about that in a minute. I didn't even notice there was a solo in there, dude. I didn't even notice the solo until I re-listened to it. That solo, louder. Bring it up in the mix. Bring it up in the attention. If you need to, spread it left and right so that it takes less space in the mix. So it sounds like what are you playing? Let's hear it a little louder in the mix. Thing is, you could very well take that solo and run with it into the last chorus, so your track like hypes itself up even more. I can't get no space. For instance, I'm not a huge fan of the voicemail sound, but if the solo was higher in your song, I think I would forgive the aggressive voicemail. It would be kind of like a Guns N' Roses kind of effect. Guns N' Roses do that a lot. And I think that's fine, it works, but not my favorite, but it would work better if your solo was better balanced in your song. And also carry your solo through to your last chorus, because it's your last chorus. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, amp it up. Give us the last chorus. Every song's last chorus is the biggest, most elaborate, most intense version of itself. Unless it's going the opposite way and it's the most minimal version of itself. But the point is, yours isn't. So, whoop, build it up. You know? I think that's all I got to say about your track, though, Felix. I think that's pretty much that's it. I think so. Let me just see here. Yeah, no, that's pretty much all I got to say. You got a decent amount of like well-worked bones in this song, and it's like taken a while for you to excuse me. It's taken a while for you to get to this point, but you must have learned so many lessons. Thank you. You must have learned bless your thumping gizzard. I appreciate that. You must have learned so many lessons from this song that for the next song, it's going to be half as long to create. Like, you're going to have applied all of the shit that you have taken from this project forward, and suddenly, how many hours? 115 or something like that? No, it was, that was I think, It's Perfect. Less Than Perfect, I believe. Yeah. Either way, whoever it may be, that takes long in one project, usually it should take less long in another project, unless you're doing something completely different. 6 months it took you to mix. Well, listen, the next song might take you 2 or 3 months. Again, you one thing I will say, Felix, if you want to save some time, find yourself some presets that work for you and work off of them every song. If you're recording music that sounds aesthetically similar to what you're doing here, then just copy some presets and carry them forward and learn from there. Then one day you're going to be, I'm sick of these presets, I'm going to make some new ones, but with all of the lessons that I've learned from adjusting my previous ones, and every time you do that refresh, it's just going to get better and better and better. I'm on my, I'd say like 7th or 8th set of presets over my career, and now this one I'm like really happy with, and it's really simplistic but efficient, and everything sounds tight and juicy, so it's really the move. But I think it's going to save you a lot of time to mix, and it won't take 6 months for you to mix a project if you carry forward your knowledge, is what I'm saying to you. Either way, Felix the Scary, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, comment on it, provide feedback, criticism, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. You're getting into this young, and that's good. That's good. You need to practice in order to get really fucking good. But you are starting pretty young for someone recording themselves and writing music. So, yeah, thank you either way for trusting us with your track. It's very nice of you. And good luck with it, and hopefully it takes a little less long for mix too. Let's move on, folks. Stick around, Felix, if you got some time, because we are knocking through these things. But before, as we wait for Silent Felon's track to load here, which I did see. Also, hi, Shababi. How you doing? I'm well, and thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that. Don't worry about the links. Zeal and Ardor, stellar bass for what it's worth from an unasked opinion. That's actually very true. See, the thing is if you write a song when you're 15 and you carry it forward and you like have a solid bass already, that's not poorly songwritten. Like the first song that I had was worse, written worse than that. It was far cheesier. But this is at least a little more Nirvana, like a little raw in terms of emotions and stuff. So I'm happy about that. It's a great, solid base to come off of for real, Zeal and Ardor. All right, we got Silent Felon. What do we got here? Need feedback with mixing and all that stuff for it to be EP ready. Okay. You asked for it. So we're going to give it to you. That's what we do here, dude. We do nothing but honest feedback on the mix, on the mastering, on the songwriting, on the performance, absolutely everything. Yeah? All right. Let's go. Let's see what we got. 5:23 a.m. Production by Cooper Labette. I don't know who that is, but I'm hoping that you have permission to stream this song. And also, does that mean your capacity for this is you did basically just vocals and mixing vocals? Is that all you've done in this song? Reply in the chat as we listen to the entirety of this project, 5:23 a.m. by Zolz.
A little bit of sleepy raps. Deprived as fuck. Check. You capture pride wherever the money fits. Whether we're shooting or helping others pass the bricks, it ain't quits. A hustle's a hustle, but it don't stick. Engraved in the mind that there's only half of it, I'm backing it. Telling your homie to pass the blick. Shooting 1-2 times, getting up to start the lick. But that one homie, man, he ain't really backing shit. Bro, it's like a Tootsie Pop, all inside is just salt and shit. Thugging and acting hood just to match their kin. You're a silly boy, cause you really just the internet. Keeping it coming, this the shit I mastered in. I'm way too quick, I'm taking action in. It's time to look at life a little more differently. Hearing all my bars paints the pictures more vividly. Start to hear the spark, man, hurry and pass the spliff to me. Nothing overrides all the morals mama drilled in me. And you know I'ma keep it coming, like a punch to your face. But I don't give an F after all them tests I aced. I'm a graduated student, another fish in the lake. And all my dreams are vivid, yours are painted in a cave. My fate stands for, faded at the end of the day. Your face stands for, friend actually turned enemy, cause you lying in their face. Another murder beat, just another trial in my case. This is real proof, not every song needs a strong bass.
cool. That was cool. I like that. Hammer Gone Wild, what's up? Welcome for the first time. Appreciate you being here. Kind of like the undermixed raw feeling, you know, I do as well. It's very, makes me think of like avant-garde rap, non-rhythmic, very jazzy, very inspired by the chord progression and the melody, and just kind of flowing freely. I don't usually go in for it unless it's well executed, but I gotta say, I like the undermixed raw feeling of it. I do. That upright bass sample, Zeal and Ardor, true. For some reason, I feel there's a secret rhythm or pocket for me to flow along with the piano, but I can't find it. Yeah, it's gonna be in the gaps. You're gonna interact with the gaps. Sometimes you're gonna be on the piano, and sometimes you're gonna be in the gaps of the piano. And sometimes you're going to be flowing along with the piano in certain words that are more important to be emphasized. You're going to be like interacting with the piano. Think of a call and a response. You and the piano are both calling and responding to each other, but sometimes y'all got to talk at the same time. Sometimes y'all got to emphasize each other. So that's your pocket. But you have to dance between pockets. That's the thing. Your flow is chaotic enough so that your flow here and now is good enough so that it conveys the idea that you're going for. Tyler Tiny Desk Pipes, thank you, Zeal and Ardor. Absolutely exactly what I was trying to think. I see it, I hear it, I feel what I'm seeing. And when you said those words, thank you so much. It was like, I wasn't sure how to put the words on it, but you did so. Thank you very much. I kind of like the undermixed raw feeling, the opposite for me at least. Well, Zeal and Ardor, I got some notes as well, and I got some notes for you, Silent Felon, in terms of the mix. We're going to talk about the overall raw mix of it, but we're going to talk about how to achieve raw mix vocals that stand out in the right ways. And I think yours, mix-wise, are standing out in the worst ways. Here's some of the tips I've got for you. So first of all, the high end on your vocals is extremely high end, and we need to drop that back. We need to cut some of that 6 to 8K, need to make a cut in that, and then you should probably boost the air in your vocals, so higher than that and lower than that. Maybe even another cut around 3 or 4K, depends what we're talking about with your vocals specifically, but you need to cut key high frequencies and then just boost your overall. So it's gonna kind of look like from like 2 or 3K, it's gonna look like this, and then it's gonna dip, and then it's going to keep going up, and then it's going to dip again, and then it's going to keep going up. So like cut strategic highs, but then boost the air so that you don't lose that sparkly effect. Because right now we're getting these. Did you record this on an iPhone headset? Just out of curiosity. You might not have. But it sounds like you recorded it on an iPhone headset, and that's what we got, basically. We got the audio. Ha! Called it! Fucking called it! Knew it! I did that for so many years, dude. I thought it was good enough, too. I thought it was good enough. But no, unfortunately, it ain't. It ain't. This is the point here, Silent Felon. There's a way of working those vocals from a microphone headset, but an electret condenser, which is what is inside of it. Like when you talk about mics, all right? When we talk about practice, all right. When you're talking about a condenser microphone such as this one, very cheap microphone, but it works amazing. It's got a nice boost in the high mids. When you talk about a big electret condenser like this one, it has a big diaphragm. It catches all kinds of different frequencies, not just the highs, but the lows and the mids as well. So these are really useful. You should get one. But with electret let me start by saying, with these ones, you got to send power to it from the desk so that it works, number one, and so that it sounds that good. It's super sensitive because you have to power it. With those headsets, those are called electret condensers, and those don't need external power. They're already permanently powered, basically. They always have power on them. And all they need is the slightest static electricity charge for them to like activate. And the problem with them is that they're smaller and they capture less of the low frequencies. The bigger the diaphragm, technically, the more you can capture lower frequencies. And those tiny little mics in that iPhone headset, as much as they capture those high frequencies, annoyingly so to a point where I recognize it like that, they do not get that low cough which is what you need to emphasize in your vocals. But I don't know if you'll be able to get as much as you need from the iPhone headset. So if I tell you boost 200 hertz, you might be getting 200 muffled hertz. You might be getting a weird, distorted version of what you should be hearing. It's a useful tool for recording ideas, iPhone headsets and iPhone mics, useful to record your drafts and your like rough sort of, you throw on a beat on the radio and you kind of like just talk into it just to give yourself the ideas and record how it sounds and get a general idea. But for recordings, just buy yourself literally a cheap, yes, this is an MXL 990 Zealand Ardor, absolutely. 100% it's an MXL 990. I love the MXL 990. I've never tried the 770. I've never tried any others. This is my favorite one. Actually, I've tried the V67 tube and it's actually pretty badass, very warm. But I still prefer this one. Absolutely it is. I'm so happy, Zealand Ardor. You know your shit. Apple earbuds on my phone came in clutch to start, can't lie, but I do plan on upgrading ASAP. Honestly, an Audio-Technica AT2020. It's like $100 on Amazon or some shit. You could get the one that comes with the mic stand and the shock mount. You spend like $200 total, tops. You could even get the one that's a USB in and of itself, so you can plug it directly into your computer, and it's okay. It does okay. That's not the best solution, but it's going to be a sight better than a fucking iPhone headset. I'll tell you that right off the bat. Even if you have a decent, and I say decent, semi-less than decent converters on the Audio-Technica, it is going to give you miracles compared to what you're using with that. So real important. Okay, would you suggest I kind of make rough drafts on my phone until the mic comes in and kind of polish, work on it in a long way? Yeah, because you're going to save a lot more time. Every time you re-record a song, you're going to be like, fuck, why did I spend time recording this and polishing the flow and working my ass off on this? As soon as you record one song on one of these, you're going to be like, fuck, why did I waste my fucking time all this time? I'm telling you, it happened to me too, because I remember plugging in my iPhone headset into the aux in, not even into lightning in, but like into the aux input of my fucking Mac Mini at the time. And it's like, it makes a difference, honestly. You do need an interface with phantom power. It'll be more than worth it. Yes, so eventually, the ideal goal, if you're going to invest up front. Even Focusrite sells a condenser microphone with like a box that you plug your microphone into, and that way you can use different microphones over time. When you start buying different mics, trying different one outs, you could even rent some. You don't even have to buy a fucking Neumann microphone. You could just go rent it at the local music store or whatever, and then you return it when you're done your fucking album. Boom, you have a literally $5,000 microphone on your record, and you don't even need to buy it. That's what I would do if I was recording vocals. Although this microphone, honestly, just like Zealand Ardor, recorded 3 albums on this thing. $80 worth of microphone this microphone is worth. But it is worth $800 in terms of performance, if I may say so myself. So if you look for the MXL 990 Silent Felon, I promise you, you will have a great day. I promise you. I think someone gave me that microphone. I think someone literally gave me that microphone for free. I believe so. And that guy's recently passed away, so I think it's mine now. I think legally speaking, that's how that works. Charted at 65 with that mic in the US. What fucking more do you need than a decent fucking microphone? 1 week, but still counts, motherfuckers. Still throw that shit out. Although the suffixed statement of 1 week is fair. There's also nice mods for that mic. I've seen. I want some of those mods. I'm interested in modding this microphone eventually to get a cleaner circuit. Just you wait. Okay, last comment for you, Silent Felon, because we're getting off on a tangent here, but I enjoy very much talking about this kind of stuff, nerding out about gear, because it's important. We should be talking about the process of making your music. And in your case, yes, fortunately for you, I would say, I just caught it right away, Silent Felon. 1 second, and I just knew it absolutely, because I do this professionally, right? So I kind of have to, in my opinion. I kind of have to know. Like at some point, there's one of my streams that's available on YouTube that I should title like, I caught someone trying to use AI. I think I'm going to release it at some point. But someone like who used to submit a lot of songs on my stream and was always claiming like I wrote this, and is like a 13-year-old writing orchestral pieces that I'm like jealous of as a 33-year-old. And I'm like, dude, this is all amazing. Like, where do you get the mics for this? How do you record it? You're using Decatrees? What are you doing? All AI. The entire time. And at some point, he used one specific thing that gave it away, because classical music, unless you know what you're looking for, it's almost imperceptible AI music, classical specifically. But pop music, there's always a dead giveaway, and it's the vocals. And as soon as I heard those vocals, I finished listening to the song, and I was like, okay, that was good. Is this AI? And that was my first instinct, and it turns out that he was lying the whole time, and he was big. It was a whole stream scandal, honestly, because the dude straight up was lying to me for weeks that his music was his shit. And I had hope in a 13-year-old. I was like, oh, come on, dude, I'm rooting for you. Keep composing. You're gonna make it big one day. And I'm like, fucking liar. It's available on YouTube if you guys want to check it out. I cannot for the life of me remember which episode, but the second I find it, I'm gonna rename it I Stole It. Subscribing with Prime Gaming. Thank you for doing so and supporting the stream in the way you do. Good grift, yeah. Unfortunately, a good grift. Unfortunately, Silent Felon went from being looked at as a prodigy, so just disappointed. I know. That's exactly what happened. I was like, oh, but he had such potential. No, he didn't. He was just doing the right prompts on the internet. And even that, knowing how to prompt that, it was like, it's a skill set in and of itself. But nah, the internet was doing the heavy lifting there. Anyways, that's pretty much my main comment to you here. The three main comments. I have a third, but I'll keep it simple because it's actually, I think you will be able to figure this out no problem. Your flow, dance with the piano. Sometimes on the same time, sometimes opposite the piano, sometimes let the piano lead and you respond to the piano. Let your vocals, let your flow dance with the piano, because those are the two lead elements in this. Secondly, get a better mic, and the performance that you will do, definitely keep writing and using your headset mic as like inspiration. Like when inspiration hits you, you gotta get that shit recorded somewhere, written somewhere. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter how. The quality is not important with the idea when it strikes you. It's like sorry, 1 second, Low Gravity and Netro V. I'll get to you in a second. It was distracting, that thought. But like, it's important that you get your inspiration down. So you need to just get the idea on paper. But when it's time to record the actual track, just a very simple like microphone and interface with a decent room. By the way, another thing, Silent Felon, when you record with a sensitive mic like that, your whole room, if it's not acoustically treated, is going to show up in your mix. So it probably is best to record in like your closet where there's a lot of clothes, and like try and like silence your room echo a little bit more, because those microphones are super sensitive. And the third comment, and I'll say this quickly because honestly it's going to be easy for you, your ad-libs, a little more play with those. A little more play, like maybe a little more background. Not too much, but add in a couple more phrases here and there, ad-libs. Like sprinkle in some salt and pepper on top of this very well written, I didn't start by saying this, very well written lyrics, by the way. Playing with words, playing with spelling even. Which one's the one that made me, my fate stands for faded at the end of the day? Faded at the end. Fate! My fate stands for, it's a great play on words. It's like those little things, those little details show me that someone thought of the 3 or 4 ways that sentence could be interpreted and is going to just let the listener figure out which one he meant. And at the end of the day, which of the 3 meanings did you mean? The answer is yes. So that's beautiful. I like the play with those words. I want you to keep doing that. I want you to keep you're as a rapper, right? As a rappist, your only your only tool is your words. As a rappist. I can't stop saying that, I'm sorry. Your only tool are your words. And so you better fucking be dancing with those words. And like, exploiting them in that many ways, because everyone else who is worth their weight in, who's worth their salt as a rapper, is doing so. Tech-9 is an example of someone who says triple entendres in like 3 milliseconds, says 3 different triple entendres. It's crazy. Their speed and their efficiency with writing, they play with words. They make words their little bitch. And I'm super happy about that. But you are doing so in a great flow. I'm not saying you should sound like Tech-9 speed-wise. Your flow is great. You just got to play with it a little bit. You just got to like sway with it a little bit. So come on and sway me more. Other dancers may be on the floor. No, enough. Solid bars, the Leonardo cannot help but agree. Etro V, if you want a little bit of support echo-wise, you can download Clarity, Vox by the Waves, or Goyo. Thank you very much, Etro V. That does help. That does help treat the room a little bit, treat the room problem a little bit. It's true, but yes, nothing will work better than having a treated room. Like my room is covered. All of this stuff here is all acoustic sheets that I bought from Audimute. They sell like large, mine are like 8 feet tall by 4.5 feet wide panels, and I have 3 of them in my rooms, plus a bass trap over my head, plus I have like panels on the wall over here, panels on the ceiling over there. So like I treated my room so that there ain't no echo in this bitch. There's like no reflections. That's the best for sure. But you know, if you can't do that, record in your closet. It's fine. It's fine. It's just fine. Yeah, the writing on this piece I love. You should love it. You did a great job with it, dude. I love it. I've seen so many rappers come into this stream these days, and their writing is like, is that really the best you got? Thank you for this. This is nice. This is a refreshing breath of fresh air. Etro V laughing it up twice. I thought the shirts and jackets in my closet was enough. Dang it. It might be. It might be a little bit. It might be a little bit. But it might not be enough, so we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, either way, Silent, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, what have you, analysis. I enjoy listening to solid rap so fucking much, and there's so much bad rap out there that this is just like, thank you. Thank you very much. Now get a better mic. Okay, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you very much. We're going to move on to Zeal and Ardor, who that boy is dry. Listen, you keep your bedroom life out of my stream, sir. But it's funny because it is a bedroom studio here. Curious for these songs? You best be. Thanks for sharing, Silent Felon. That was dope. It really was. It was a great thought, and it was well executed. Just not technically specifically on certain things, but again, that's a fixable problem. Thanks for the feedback and everything, guys. It's all my pleasure, my dude. Honestly, keep making your shit. Keep making your shit. Just refine your process. You got good stuff. And your art should be in the world, in my opinion. So Swiss German rap or jangle pop? Oh, geez. Well, you know what we do, folks. Well, you know how we do when we cannot decide on a song. I'm not going to use this die, though. I'm going to use another die because I have so many fucking D20s. I have so many D20s. I think today I'm going to use this little joint here. I'm going to use the pink translucent with... Hold up. Let me see if I can get a better view of it. Pink translucent with purple swipes. D&D enjoyer, you say? Silent Felon? D&D enjoyer? Listen, man. This household, this thing is the Dungeon Master's Guide poster, okay? It's literally, that's Azarak the Lich King, okay? This household is a Dungeons and Dragons fucking household. I DM 2 separate campaigns plus one-shots, and I play in a third campaign. Yes, I do. I absolutely do love Dungeons and Dragons. It is an amazing thing and should be taught in fucking school, is my statement that I maintain to this day. because it makes you deal with math, it makes you deal with statistics, it makes you deal with interacting with other people, it makes you deal with morals, it makes you deal with science. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. Thank you, Banger Billy. Appreciate your name and your follow. I love the system of decision. Am I right? But look at this, how pretty it is. The shiny math rocks go clickety-clackety. But who doesn't? I appreciate that guy. I appreciate that, guys. Bro still runs AD6D campaigns. No, fuck the original AD&Ds. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm running 5th edition, and I'm running, in some cases, 2024 5th edition. So fuck that. Oh, baby, I'm here for all that. I've been wanting to play/learn about D&D so much. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Man got that storytelling. That's the best part about it, is learning how to tell the story that your players are there like, that's so cool, or that's so fucked up. That's the best thing. Yeah, fuck taxes. Let's get everyone on a campaign. This man just cooked without knowing. Also, Spelljammer rules. Sure. The Spelljammer setting of AD&D, I think I can take. I think I can take that with me. But I don't think AD&D as a rule is where it's at. I'm so sorry. It's like, as a rule set, it gets too much into the nitty-gritty and holds back the storytelling. Mechanically, it might be incredible. Anyways, sorry. Zeal and Ardor. We have to choose your song. So you have either Swiss German rap or Jangle Pop. So I will say, on an odd result, we're gonna go with Jangle Pop. Low Gravity with the donation. Thank you so much for the gift. Appreciate that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on odds. We're gonna go Jangle Pop, and on evens we're gonna go on. We're gonna go for the Swiss German rap. I'm so curious for both of them. It's so easy to get sidetracked here. This is amazing. I know, dude, like, I get sidetracked. I mean, I have super duper ADHD, and instead of like fighting it, I just lean into it and use it for my skills like music and like D&D. I try and like channel it in the hyper focus fixation of obsession that I can do. But for now, we are absolutely Alia Iacta Est. I think, therefore I am. No. I don't know what that means. All right. Odds, Jangle Pop. Evens, Swiss German rap. Just to show you, this is absolutely the same die, and it is live. Just like, obviously, I couldn't have pre-recorded this. But here we go. It's odd. It's the 5. It landed on the 5. I know it looks odd from this angle. It looks like it landed on the 13, but it's because the camera is like to the left or to the right of the die. So you are going to submit to me, please, the Jangle Pop song, which I have no idea what the fuck Jangle Pop is, but here we are. Oh, hi, the most precise reviewer on Twitch. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I try to be, I guess, in some capacities, I suppose. But thank you very much. I appreciate that, Carol. I try to be as precise as I can be. Try to give ideas when I have them, and I have them a lot. So, yeah. You're good because you're honest. Thank you. That's appreciated. That I really appreciate. All hail the D20. Indeed. I mean, like, honestly, if we're going to hail something, we're going to hail the D20. Because in this household, we worship the D20. A lot of folks are just, yeah, good vibes, and you learn 0. That's super true. That is super duper true. I cannot emphasize enough how many channels like that are out there right now. Okay, here we got Bird Mask, the artist. Not making that up. Solitude Synth. So we're going to listen to 2 minutes of this. Zeal and Ardor, it surprises me that you are the top gifter, but you yourself are not a subscriber. I will, as you have not used your skip for this day, allow you today to use your skip to gain 1. I just thought of a great way to. Okay, it's kind of like. I just thought of a great thing to do with being the top gifter and like. Just a future for like references and stuff. But you will. I was just gonna say you could use your gift capital or total as like a listen to 1 minute more for the thing. But anyways, I guess not today. Thank you so much. And a hype train incoming for some reason, even though. Anyways, I appreciate you either way, Zeal and Order. Let's listen to your entire song, Solitude Synth, by the artist known as Birdmask, and let's talk about it after that. So first of all, compositionally speaking, very, very cool, very, very weird, but also very simple. It's a nice balance. It juxtaposes itself very... Thank you very much for subscribing. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do, just as Zeal and Ardor did moments before. We appreciate all of our subs supporting the stream. So let's talk about this track a little bit. So I'm going to talk about what you guys are speaking about first because it is one of my notes. Shababi saying there could be some clean mid frequencies you can bring back in on the bass is unfortunately one of my notes as well. I think the bass is kind of muddy a little bit and isn't really it isn't very like it's rumbly but not in the good ways, and it is not defined and round as it should be with comparatively to the kick, for instance. Don't know if that's a stream compression. It's not. The voice is not very intelligible. It seems like it has too much low end, but shit smacks. Yeah. Sounds very low pass in general. Yeah. Kind of meanders in the end. Yes. It is kind of mumbly. You're right. Mumbly, yes. But pronunciation wise, it's not so bad. Honestly, it's just, I feel the potential for it to be much clearer is easily achievable because pronunciation wise, it seems okay. Key Red, hey, what's up? GMOS Studios, subscribing first and then talking for the first time. What's up? Thank you for supporting again. Super subby, yeah. A little too subby in my opinion, Zealanarder. I think we got something that is way too flubby, as a matter of fact. It wouldn't necessarily just be subby. The guitar in the beginning, in the first like sort of section here, we don't need it this loud for the first section. I think you could bring it way back in the mix for the first like interaction that we have with this song, because we get that loud by the end of the song. If you start that loud at the beginning, you're losing context for the end of the song itself. Because by the time we get that loud, that's good. That's very good. But it needs to be an increase over time. Otherwise, the relevance or the impact that it has will only be at the beginning, and by the end of it, we'll just be bored because it'll be the same volume and the same sound. So yes, we can escalate it. Your snare, funny enough, of all the things that you shouldn't high pass, or that you should high pass, I wouldn't think it would be your snare, but your snare is competing with your bass right now. And I know that you can still bring some bass mid frequencies, just like, who was it that said it? Shabalbi said some clean mid frequencies bring back on that bass. Absolutely. But your snare is already competing with it. Imagine when you do bring those mid frequencies back. So I would say high pass your snare probably around 150, 160, and then boost around 180. Or around between 180 and 220 is probably where you're gonna do the best work. Sidechain it and do a reverb for the bus snare, a reverb bus for the snare. Have a reverb bus for the snare, yes, good idea. And sidechaining it, definitely a decent idea. To the snare itself, so that it kind of builds your sound a little bit in the higher frequency. Specifically though, higher mids. That's my next note. Those reverbs should be higher mids. They should be echoing the air of your snare so that it gives the impression of a more high frequency snare. Also, you got to clear some center space, especially in your choruses. There's too much going on in the center. Let's listen into your chorus here. Thing that are coming through your left and right now are your cymbals, and actually mostly just your hi-hat is what I'm hearing, and the synth that is replaying the guitar's riff. I would say for choruses and for specifically for the stereo image, you need to make some space in the center so that your lead elements can indeed come through. Your vocals and your guitars are stepping on each other, and they are taking away from the lead vocal riff. Then, what you'll have the opportunity to do, and I also recommend this as one of my notes, a little bit of harmonies on your vocals would probably do you some good. Like for instance. Like that little addition to your chorus will like amp up the intensity of it, but you need to make space for it first. Honestly, it's very important. The frequency cleaning up is a super valid point, though. I think so. I've never seen such good feedback. Thank you, Key Red. I try, I suppose. Could pan the guitar leads and broaden the pads. Yeah, I think those are both good ideas. Now, here's the thing, is that because your solo at the end is also spread super wide, which I don't mind, that will have less impact if you do spread your guitar left and right in your choruses. I'm just saying it's something to look out for. So you might want to have a double of your guitar in the left and right and in the centers. When nothing else is going on, your guitar is taking up all the fucking space. That's fine. It's a solo. It should. Just bring your volume back a little bit so that it's everywhere, but not overwhelmingly so. If you're on Ableton, I like putting auto pan on pan stuff. It oddly adds a pushed back room feel to whatever you put it on. That's a great idea. So if you like mix it so that it's not in the center, but it's like back here in behind the vocals, and it's still in the center somewhat, that could be a solution for that. Harmonies are there, but super low due to the panning. It sounded shit. Well, this is my whole point. If you pan properly up front, you give yourself a lot more room in the center and in the left and right. If you're setting your frequency palette across the spectrum, you just give yourself more tools to work with in your mix. Like a slow setting, not a phase setting on the auto pan. So yeah, it creates that sort of hovering that's going here. I'm a Logic person. Frequency panners are everywhere, though. That's true. I love Logic. Isn't Logic awesome? That's true. There are a couple of those. You could very well spread left and right with stereo, or you can use that plugin by Polyverse. Is it Polyverse? It's the people from Infected Mushroom there. They make the wider, I think. It's a very easy way to spread your vocals, or spread anything actually, and you just make sure you get the percentage right, because otherwise your phasing is off, and then that fucks with your vocals as well. It could fuck with your vocals, but it could fuck with your phasing in general for your mix. So you just have to be very careful at which percentage you set it at. There are sweet spots. Logic is a beast of a DAW, very clean renders. Totally agree with you, Shababi. Okay, I had an idea. You beat me to it, but later you kind of got to the high notes, the high bass notes here. Started there, but I would have started a little earlier after your first chorus, right here. I would have started probably with a little less plucky high notes, but I would have probably done something like this. Something like that, I guess. Something like just to fill in a little bit of that high frequency pocket, that mid frequency pocket. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just think something is missing from that section, but I do think something is missing from that section. I feel like this needs to have a level rebalance. That could mean there's a problem recording audio masking. We were talking about the voice, like the bass or the snare. If you do this work, you'll have, in my opinion, a great song. Excuse me, I totally agree with you, Etro V. I think the levels are a little bit wonky, and I think that getting them to a good place is totally possible. Absolutely possible. Gain staging is indeed kind of hot gain-wise, but that's okay. So this is the way that I learned in school, guys, and you tell me if I'm incorrect here, but the way that I learned to gain stage is when you're recording, you record as loud as you can on the input without going over or distorting, unless you want that warmth distortion in a tube compressor or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Unless otherwise desired, you record as close to zero without going over, and then your faders, you do whatever you need to do to them in order for that principle to be respected. To get as loud as a signal as you can get, with as low of a noise floor as you can get, without going over zero, and then you mix from there. And that, in my opinion, if you're recording hot, is fine. Just you have to mix sort of, you have to mix cautiously, because you will have faders at minus 20 and minus 25 and minus 30 sometimes. All the time for me. All the time. Like, if I show you a mix, you'll be like, what the fuck? That's the way I learned how to record. Record hot, mix low, and you get these dynamics that are otherwise not possible, because you could very well record like slighter notes, and they will display themselves as more dynamic in your mix. So that's how I've learned, and it's always worked for me. And honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it. First time with a Neve preamp and got a tad carried away. Yeah, so I mean, I get that. I had I have this tube preamp for this vocal mic here, and I used it for my MXL 990, and I too got carried away in this cover that I'm working on. But yeah, I get it. A little saturation never hurt anybody, but a lot of saturation maybe hurt some people. Yes, people now saying to put preamp to the minimum and boost digital input from the DAW, but that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you do this way, you won't have the best of your preamps. Absolutely. Preamps are made to be juiced. Digital preamps are made to get just under zero. That's what they're made to do. Especially with cold preamps, you absolutely need to get cold preamps as close to zero without going over, otherwise you're fucked. You lose digital bits, you lose information. First and foremost, good points and inputs, tabernacle, esti de calice de tabarnak. Ben oui, esti, c'est des bons conseils, c'est que ça que je fais ici. That's what I said is, of course, it's good advice. It's all I do here. People now saying, then why bother? Exactly. What the fuck is the point of using preamps if you're not going to... Anyways, we've been over this. Yeah, so we've talked about the vocals, how they're too low. And the end does seem to be a bit confused about what it wants to be, this section right here.
Cause I remember having everything together on a solitude Sunday. Yeah, I remember having everything together on a solitude Sunday.
I would have stopped there without drums. Solitude is Sunday, 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 Sunday. Like just literally let it delay out. It would be fine. Recording a sax solo there next week. Really though? You haven't introduced a sax throughout the entire song. You're really gonna bring it in at the last 30 seconds? I don't know, man. I don't know. It might work. Don't get me wrong. There's a universe where it works. But if Doctor Strange was like, and you asked him like, how many universes where the sax worked? And he looks at you and he says, 1. Like, that's how I see it. There's only like one real way to make that work, and it's tough. Hey man, that's a great song. If you work on it, I would really like to listen to it. Do you post on Insta? Yeah. Well, I'm assuming you do. Cutting the Vox out and doing the 80s thing. Yeah, not really 80s thing so much, but it's more like early 90s. I'll try and worst case fail interestingly. Yeah, I mean, we'll learn something from the track. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If the sax solo works, it fucking works. But I'm curious. I'm curious. I don't think that is not going to work. Low Gravity thinks that's funny. Billy Joe says, hello. How are you? Do you think he could parallel his dry vocals over the wet ones to get a slightly pokier vocal? Okay, so yes, that is a way of doing that. That is a way of doing that in a way, but it's not one that is gonna yield great results because you're gonna basically have to process those vocals anyways because there's too much low mids as it is. So you're gonna need to high pass some of the vocals. You're gonna have to basically process it. So you might as well process it the first time and then just add a double on it. Would be a much easier and more direct solution, in my opinion. I think that would have had. I think that would have had. That will have more impact, in my opinion. That's just me. Zia Leonardo dropping his Instagram. If y'all are interested, the rap song would have gone in a very different place. Yeah, it would have. But either way, Zia Leonardo, great ideas for this song. It is a little bit avant-garde in its own right. It has very interesting themes and turnarounds. Musically speaking, it kept me guessing at least 3 times. I think the execution, the sound, the mix, it all needs that fine tuning, and it needs the care and attention and the intentionality. Really, that's where I'm going with. It's been a common theme today where people like just throw a bunch of ideas that they have into a song, and they kind of just say like that's good enough. But like mixing is as much a science as it is an art. It's not just additive. Sometimes it's all about the subtraction, y'all. Sometimes the subtractive mixing is a far better approach, even for some sections of your song. Subtract and then bring them back, but in a creative way. Just make sure that things are not stepping on each other, because otherwise, what's the point of having something in there that's taking away from the impact you want your song to have? So subtractive mixing, very useful tool. Think of that negative space and think of how to fill it, but in the most effective way possible. Otherwise, why are you filling? You don't need to. No need. No need whatsoever. Just fill what needs to be filled. Thanks for taking the time. It's my pleasure, Zia Leonardo. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We always enjoy you taking the time, being our top gifter of the month. Zia Leonardo, ladies and gentlemen, give him a W in the chat if you think he's doing a great job supporting the stream. I think he is. Also subscribing yourself so that you get that full track listen, which absolutely. Any chance I can get in the back of the queue with the other track? While following, I thought you were subscribed. How are you not followed? That makes no sense. Also, thank you, Chad, for the nice inputs? Question mark? I wasn't following for some reason. Hey, whatever. Studios, also, same thing. You've subscribed and then followed. Hey, man, I'm cool with it. Thank you guys for supporting the stream in the way you do. So either way, thank you, Zeal and Ardor, for trusting us with your track. I'm going to say for the second track, it's going to be a 1 per day. I appreciate you supporting it, but we do have 7 other people, I should say, in queue, and then I'll be ending the stream after that anyway. We appreciate it, but 1 per day is the policy, for the reason that my voice only has so much juice in it. By the end of the day, I'll be already quite tired. But I will say this, Zeal and Ardor. The fact that you want to submit another track is it honors me. I am honored. I am humbled by this. It means that whatever I'm doing, you appreciate, and I appreciate that. So the intent behind that is honorable, and I appreciate it. And Etro V thinks we should hydrate, and I tend to agree with him because I haven't drank water in a long time. But thank you either way, Zeal and Ardor. Next up, as we pull it up, Shabal B, I need some trackage in the chattage, please. And we love the feedback. Unlike some folks cough last week, it wasn't just last week, Caro Tile. The week before, I don't know if y'all saw, but I made a clip on YouTube. I made a short. I made a clip on Twitch itself of me kind of asking someone, what's the point of being here if you're not going to be accepting of the feedback that I'm giving you? If you're just going to be argumentative about it. So I kind of, if you see that happening, if you see someone being resistant, y'all can just share that video in the chat, and I'll be, and I can be like very happy to see that. But anyways, I feel like I'm missing out if I'm not working on something for you to review. Oh, that's nice of you to say, man. But like, honestly, man, just keep being your best self, and you'll have things to review. You'll have things for me to listen to either way. Honestly, just as long as you just keep being yourself. Fancy seeing you here. Y'all must know each other, Caro Tile. Oh, hi. That was rough. It was rough. I entered the stream while you were roasting him, Metro V, but I didn't understand what the dude said. It's basically he was offering me like, no, but I did do what you're saying. And I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you did not. If folks are resistant, that's wrong. Oh shit, it's Senna. Okay, Senna. And Senna be following. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I sent it, by the way. Yeah, we pulled it up. We got it pulled up here. I should have started by doing that. He wasn't being roasted at all. No, but that's the thing. I was saying literally in that clip, what I rephrased was, I'm basically telling you ways like, okay, your song is good. Here's what it needs to be great. Because the bones were there. The Lego pieces were in the right order. Now we just need to build on top of them. And the guy was like claiming that he was doing everything that I was saying. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're not hearing me. You can be, but you're not yet. And the guy was just resistant to the idea that he was forgetting things. And I'm like, all right, bye. I want to get money. I'm interested. I mean, if you want to get money and you're in the music industry, good luck, first of all. Antsy, angry resistant. Antsy, like A-N-T-S-Y is the spelling on that. Caro Tile, I believe. He was super defensive, although feedback is a positive intention. True. The song wasn't terrible, but it needed obvious work, and he refused because he had plays. Yeah, that was a guy at the end of last week. That guy was like, okay, your rapping flow is pretty bad. You should probably work on your timing, because I could probably count on 2 hands the number of times you went off time drastically, and I need 3 more sets of hands to count the number of times you went off it slightly. And the guy took it really poorly, and he was like, yeah, well, my plays beg to differ or something like that. And I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck how many people played your song. You know, like, do better. But it's funny. Carol Tile, what playlist? Oh, that's cool. You got a playlist, Carol Tile. That's pretty cool. I just watched the clip. I remember that. But it's a Japanese music blog. Oh, well, shit. never mind. So question for you, streamer man. What kind of music do you specialize in? Rock. Generally alternative rock, metal, funk. Like these days I've been working a lot with the electronic because of you guys. But like honestly myself, it's band music, guitar, bass, drums, vocals, the standard rock formation. That's what I do, Senna. Thank you for asking. Google my username. What? Oh yeah, is that what he said? Google yes, he absolutely did say that. Google my username. That was a thing. Yes, true. So true. I forgot about that completely. I put these reviews, they sit at the back of my mind until someone brings them up again, honestly. Okay. Yes, I do a little funk as well, Shibalbi. I love funk. I love me some funk, some 70s Motown. Oh, the soul and the bass of that is awesome. Word, I know you'd like to get to know us, but also would like to get to know the streamers I associate with. Fuck yeah. I'm here for it. You guys will get to know me. The more you watch, the more you get to know me. I'll be honest with you. I'm very transparent for the most part. Regarding views, I'm doing well myself, but feedback is valuable. I'm more funk style when I do it. So like punk and funk. Punk funk is a good combination. That was a big thing in the 70s in DC. The movement between, what's it called? Not ballroom, but go-go music and funk. There was a big movement, P-funk. There was a big movement in DC in the 70s between funk and go-go. They had a similar mindset, and they would do like weird things together. Anyways, let's talk more about Shibalbi's track and less about the music of the 70s. This song, we'll listen to all of it. Ty Kingston and Shibalbi, Stars version 3.2. Human Beats. Let's listen to it. Gang of Four, The Rapture. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I love that you know that, Shibalbi. 275K monthly listeners and still eager to improve. That makes any sense. And you will keep growing if that makes any sense because you keep getting better and better. That 275 will become 5. That'll become 1 million. I promise you. You keep improving your shit. You're going to have some good shit. I'm telling you. Etrovi, let's go. I was talking about George Clinton, Parliament and Funkadelic. George Clinton, Parliament, and Funkadelic. Yeah, Funkadelic, I know, like, very, very well. Parliament and George Clinton, I don't know very well. Let's get Shibalbi. Okay, yeah, let's just do it. And we will talk about whatever y'all are talking about just after we listen to this song. Let's go.
Fall down from the sky every time you walk.
Is it normal that I just wanted there to be like a...
They don't really notice though.
I just wanted to hear Kanye say this next verse, these bars. Watch this shit. I just wanted that to happen at the end for no reason, and then it doesn't. Okay, let's talk about what y'all are talking about here. So, first of all, Senna. No, there's no Discord. It's right here in the chat. Thank you, Low Gravity, for covering that, and thank you, Shababi, for helping Senna join the queue, which I can see, and you can as well now, that you are absolutely a part of it. Has to be SoundCloud. Oh, thank you so much, Low Gravity. Goated sample, live bass. Yes, okay, so Qantas, that bad boy bass lick. Yeah, so this is I think the overall the vibe here is I think that imperfection is also kind of a little too much. Let's see what Low Gravity says, because I think he resumed some of my notes here. Really cool track. Love the sample and the live bass. That filtered part in the middle of the louder section is really dope too. I have notes about that though. In my very professional and very valid opinion, the loudness difference is too big. I'm also not a... It's funny that you said that. I'm also not a huge fan of the filter into the second half. Oh, that I totally agree with you. So I agree with most of what you said here, Low Gravity, if not anything. If not everything. I live played the kicks too. Okay, so speaking of, let's talk about the drums real quick. Because first of all, actually, the biggest thing, the biggest problem is something that Gravity just did mention. Gravity, you covered the contrast between the sections, and that's what made me laugh. That is way too much contrast, Shababi. So you're gonna need to bring, I'm just gonna look at the meters at what point.
Every time.
This is peaking at -15 and hovering around -20, and then you're going straight up 15 dB. Too much. You could very well hover at -10 and peak at -5, and that's still a lot of contrast. There's too much contrast between these two sections and between these sections as well. So you're gonna bring these sections up in the mix. Absolutely, you must. Even your ending section. Even bring that up a little bit, or quite a bit actually. Way too much. I wrote literally contrast. Ow. That was my note. Okay, your kick and your snare are both quite loud. You live played the kicks, and so the thing is, the kicks and the snare and the bass, the parts that you live played, are the most imperfect musically speaking in the song. And I think you could tighten all of those up performance-wise. I think that's already been mentioned for the bass, but I think that the kicks and the snare, well, the snare not really, but the kicks and the bass do need to be tightened up timing-wise. But also, as Senna says, kick came in and I physically felt like I was being kicked. Yes, you could bring those back in the mix a little bit, as well as that super chalky sort of snare. Like it could be brought way back. More gate also. I don't know about the gates necessarily. Let's hear it. Let's hear if you're right, Etro. No, I'm not necessarily not necessarily huge on the gate on the kick. I think it's gated enough, honestly. I think I'm just gonna Nashville fix. I have no idea what that means. Does that mean like put some country guitar on it? Pink noise snare? Yeah, it could be. Gotta make a little jokey joke every now and again. Yep. No, I said bullshit. Yeah, no, you didn't say bullshit, just like it was an idea, but I don't think so. No, just super crunchy. Either way, it's a crunchy snare and it doesn't need to be that loud, I think. Okay, next note. Your verse. So this section here. Alterations. It's moving, timing, and post. Nashville fixing. Oh! Yeah, okay, now that makes total sense to me. Yes, so trim those things up. But I will say this. There is both a need for alteration and a need for your alterations to be a little tight themselves. So let's listen to that little bass lick that you put in, which I liked. Was it later? was it? It was here. Yeah. It's like, okay, sure, cool. It's avant-garde-ish of you for a bass. It's taking the lead anyways, the bass, so we might as well fuck with that. But the fade between the take you used for those chords and the fade to the next section, they're not like, it doesn't transition nicely. Like, you'll hear it's almost like it's a cut. Here, and you're already on a different note. There's no way that that's a single take. That is an obvious cut, in my opinion. Suddenly, Ed Banger bass. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is that it stands out a little bit sore thumb-ish. Yeah, it's a punch-in. Well, yeah, no shit, it's a punch-in. I'm saying that you need to probably think about when you punch in, like, when you're doing something like that, the next note you're going to be playing is that low F sharp. Whatever it is, you have to know how much time, as a bassist, how much time it takes your fingers to get from this part of the scale and factor that into your recording. Input gain was just way hotter. It absolutely was much hotter. I'm not even distorting here. But you have to factor that into your punch in. Otherwise, it sounds like you cut, and that's not a good sound necessarily. It sounds kind of weird and awkward and off time a little bit. So when you're cutting, you have to record like, what is your riff there? Like, the time it takes for your hand to get from one place to the other, you hear that when a bass is playing it. Like, it's a detail. It's a detail, a very, very minor detail. But it's the kind of thing that I hear and I'm like, their fade wasn't that tight. It's like, I hear the cut. And if you're going to do a punch-in, you have to lead into the punch and you have to lead out of the punch. So the lesson here is play your punch-in, but play the section before and after it so that you can far easier blend that punch-in so that it sounds like your bass line. This is ways that you don't need to necessarily... you don't need to Nashville fix your shit. You could very well just punch stuff in, be tighter, but just it's knowledge of how to punch stuff in and out, basically. The transition, I agree with Low Gravity here. Fading in and out with a high pass filter or whatever filter you're using necessarily. I don't love that, just going in and out and then back in and then back out. It's like meh. I think you could do better as the transition goes. I think even with a pitched riser and a little bit of work, you could probably get that done better. I guess punch in the last note and slide it back. Last chord, you mean? Yeah, that's a great way that's a great way of like setting yourself in so that you can like basically fade in the slide a little bit, or you can crossfade between slides and find the sweet spot. Yes, that's an easier way, for sure. That's a more transparent way to punch in, yes. Umbellino, can you react to my music? Yeah, Low Gravity is already being a gentleman and introducing you to how to do that. I mean, last chord, yes, we already did there. Yeah, honestly, looping that sample alone is more awkward. Yeah, it is. That section... Sorry, that section could be half the length and accomplish far more. Honestly, it could very well, thank you, Low Gravity. it could very well have more impact as a shorter sort of like transition, and you could very well just throw in a layer and be done with it. What else do we got? Cross. What is that? I can't understand my own. Oh yeah, lessons. So yeah, I'm curious as to why you stripped things out of your second drop, Shabalbi, because your second drop, by all means and by all intents and purposes, is supposed to be the expanded version of your drop, and this is reduced. And I know I just said reduce, like subtractive mixing is a very useful tool in the previous review, but not this subtractive. Like this is less than we need. My keyboard is iffy. It kind of works for me. Okay, I see. It kind of works for me. I see what you're saying. Compared to not low pass. Yeah. I don't know. It needs to be fixed one way or the other. Zeal and Ardor, it kind of works for you, but it should be another layer of something in there to make even this work, honestly. I don't think it's alone on its own ready, is what I'm going to say. This is going to be for someone to rap on. Oh, that makes more sense. So if you have rap there, then that makes sense why you would have stripped things away, because technically you're actually adding things into that section, so you don't even need to add anything else in. That makes total sense. Cool. We're good. We're good for that section. What else do we got? I think we did the same thing with the bass riff here. Those two sound like completely different basses that you're using. It sounded like you caught your nails on the string at some point, and you just kept that riff because, or it sounded like you were using a pick for one of the takes, and then you just forgot that you were using a pick, and it sounds completely different. I opened up the filter. Not a fan. It doesn't add as much as you're thinking. You've not emphasized necessarily something that we're used to hearing, something that is like a recurring theme of sorts. Plus cuts through with the twinkly keys. I don't think we need it to cut through. I think the bass, it's loud enough as it is. It could drop in the mix as it is. I think it cuts through plenty. You're occupying different frequency spaces here. Bass doesn't need to occupy the twinkly highs. It could very well just compete with it on its own frequency spectrum in its own frequency pocket, where it is very happy supporting those twinkly keys and even taking a lead space in and of itself, but in a completely different department. Like... Also, they're differently timed. You have the twinkly keys going before, bling, bling, and then the bass opens up a filter. It makes no sense. It's not, you don't need it to cut through. The twinkly keys happened before. So, even more excuse for you to not alter it. If it ain't broke, why would you fix it? What else did I say here? Was it outro, bass? Let me hear something. Sorry, I wrote something. It was the bass performance was my last note, but we already talked about that. So yeah, I don't think that anything else is like necessarily an infraction on the song. I love the detail of the brushes on the snare with the hi-hat stomping. I love the detail of that in that last little outro. It's very nice. Again, we've already talked about it, but those sections need to come up in volume so they can compete with the loudness that is the rest of your track. But that, combined with the rest of the notes that we've given you today, I think will make for a more complete and more whole experience that you're providing. And yeah, I don't know about opening up the filters on this bass, honestly. I think that you could very well keep the filters closed because they are loud enough. They are taking as much of a lead frequency as they need to already. And I don't necessarily know that opening up the filter is giving you anything. It's not like you have a really cool bass distortion that you're suddenly showing off. It just sounds like you saturated your bass. And it sounds better when it's filtered, in my opinion. So that's pretty much all I got to say about your song either way. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity to look at something that's like sort of instrumentally and sort of vibey and funky, very, very cool, very groovy. And yeah, we just appreciate it. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Stick around, of course, Shibalbi, as you have had pertinent comments about other people's music so far, and I think you could continue to as we listen to Low Gravity, who I think gifted you a sub. So not to call you out here, but he gifted you a sub. Maybe you wait around for his track. Just saying. No, not to tell you how common courtesy works or anything. Just might as well stick around. Yeah, though, either way, let's listen to Low Gravity's track. We're pulling it up as we speak, folks. Thank you all for being with us right now. What I'm going to do now, what's the queue status? Well, let's take a look as we open up our queue. Oh, it's transparent. You can see my hand still. So we got Low Gravity right now. We got Kiku. Shout out, by the way, if you're still in the chat while I'm calling your name out, just so that we can get rid of those who are not. So we got Low Gravity right now. We got Kiku, who's next. We got Caro Tile after that. General Tips, GMOS Studios, Key Red. We got WTF Senna. We got Billy Joe 2105, and following up at the end, Umbellino. Umbellino sounds like an Italian name, if I may say so myself. And I may, because I am of Italian descendants. But we got this track pulled up, Peaches Never Die. Pretty good message here. Pretty good message. I would tend to agree with that. I will say this, folks, about the queue. I am about to close it, so if there's anybody in the next, while we listen to this song, who has not already submitted their name and wishes to for today, I would suggest that you submit your name otherwise, or speak now or forever hold your beats, is what I like to say. So we're going to listen to Owen Tracy 909, Peaches Never Die, instrumental No Master, which is waiting on vocals. It's for a project with a YouTube duo you're working on. Going to the country, gonna email a lot of peaches, millions of peaches. All right, let's go. Okay, I think we can all agree that was pretty dope. That was pretty fucking groovy. Absolutely. Okay. Etro V, holy fuck, the sections are supposed to be more clearly defined by vocals, just FYI. Yes, okay, we can hear that, but still, we're going to talk about that. The thing is super tight. I love it. Yes. It's super tight mix, super juicy. Everything was in its right place mix-wise, I believe. I thought this was a song in between songs that we was playing for waiting for the next song. It's got Q vibes. It does. It's got waiting music, but it's like the best waiting music you could hope for, honestly. I feel like all my stuff could be YouTube intro music / commercial / waiting music. That's a good thing, dude. That means that you conform to the standards and like you could make a lot of money doing so. There's nothing wrong with that. There's music has been used to make money for literally centuries now. There's no reason why we shouldn't continue to do so. Bro, I'm buying samples from you. Yeah, like they're decent and juicy, except for some of the MIDI instruments, but we will talk about each one that I do not particularly love. I mean, I vibe while waiting in a lobby to this. I mean, fuck yeah, love me some smooth sonic jazz. It's kind of like the digital yacht rock a little bit, but a little bit more epic and a little more chord progression focused than yacht rock, rather than riff focused. This is dope. Wish it were dirtier, for lack of a better term. Yeah, so I would like turn this into a rockster piece of sorts. But the shit is fire. Etro V. Is this live bass low gravity? No, it is not, Shibalbi. It is simply not. I can promise you that right off the bat. Very funky, very catchy. I'd love to hear what this sounds like if it were 8-bit for some reason. Yeah, I'll talk about that, Cool Cat dude. It's interesting, but I'll talk exactly about that. Oh, you listened to that part? Shit, didn't think the end was going to get played. Nope, all in the box. Yeah, so yeah. Guys, I'm going to be closing the queue at this time. So, as I said, anybody who is not submitted, unfortunately, we are not taking any more submissions for the evening. But we appreciate everyone who is in the queue, and we will be absolutely listening to everyone on there. So, let's talk about this. First of all, I gotta lower my fader here because it was a pretty low mix. So even for me, recording at high input gain but low mix, this is pretty low faders. Like you could stand to mix a little louder than that, but that's just a workflow comment more than an actual thing, because at the end of the day, you could always just turn it up at the master stage. You can't turn it down as easily or with as much success. So I understand why you're doing so. It's just this is cautious. This is cautious. This is double bagging here. This is putting 2 condoms on cautious, you know? Like, okay, yeah, technically it's safer, but at what cost? At what cost? Okay. The horns, the bass, and the sax are all a little bit digitally to me, personally, okay? I think you should maybe find a little bit better samples of bass, or maybe tune the articulation a little bit better. I'm not too sure. I think, however, I'm emphasizing this strongly, you should find those things, because once those instruments are in place and they sound natural and they sound real, or in an ideal case, if you can get a recording of actual instrumentalists playing these parts masterfully, but more than likely the easier solution is going to be to just find better synths. Let's not lie. Musicians are expensive when they're worth it. But if we get that, and if we touch on our transitions a little bit, like just add some things that delineate a little more. You said that the vocals will be much more delineating in this song. I agree with you, but you shouldn't depend on the vocals to delineate your music, because your music is going to need, even with vocals, your music is going to need still some delineation, some fades, some risers, some sweeps, some swishes, some effects, some white noise here and there to camouflage some of these things. It's still going to need that even with the vocals. Once that's in there, once the MIDI instruments are taken care of, and once you find a different guitar pluck, I'm talking just a different note, not even a different pluck. So right now you're I think this is E. Yeah, this is definitely E. you're going something in. Yeah, that's what I figured. Cool. That's cool. I don't have any problem with that. Okay, but I think at some point. So sloppy. I'm doing it improperly, but like the idea is like. Like, just play around with it. Fuck with it and find the right combination for the right sections. You don't have to overdo it like I'm doing. I'm just throwing the ideas out there like a chaotic individual that I am. Like the chaotic, good individual that I am. But it is absolutely something that will be refreshing and will be like moving things in the background and might even shape the way your guitars, the way your vocalist or your rapper feels about certain sections. Like some sections that move a little more, he's going to move with it. He's going to emphasize more of those. So if you put that steady in one section, it's something for a guitarist. It's something for a vocalist to ignore because it's part of the furniture. If you change it up, it's something for them to flow with or to work with potentially. So giving them that option and just composing your song in a way that doesn't need vocals, but that when it does get vocals, it'll be just that much even more grand. That's the way I'm imploring you to produce your songs with better than just meaty sounding bass. Bass, horns, and sax. Better samples with that, with more transitions thought through in each section so that you, again, think of it, if you don't need a vocals, how would you compose this song? Maybe a little differently, maybe a little bit more fully. That production, that level of production is still very welcome in a song with vocals on it. And then once that vocals get there, get onto the track, and once the transitions and the MIDI instruments are better, and you alter your actual the lines that you have a little bit on the very steady stuff, this song will be unfucking stoppable. It's groovy, it's punchy, it's powerful. Once it's mixed, mastered, and ready for fucking delivery, it's gonna be a banger, dude. It's like I can 100% certify that with the right rapper, this song, I'm not gonna have any feedback for it. I predict it. Here and now. If you fix those things and add great vocals to it, you're gonna play it on my stream and I'm gonna be, it's good. Ship it off. Get it ready. Let's go. Like, everything else is in place. Everything else. So yeah, just my opinion. Etrov's got a big thing to say here. If this helps, I'll say something I discovered lately. This is very curious. If you notice at the start, when Mike pressed play, the song started choked. I don't know how to explain it in English. Oh, shit. Whoop. Nope. Nope. Whoops. Nope. Wrong thing. Hold on. Yeah, that's SoundCloud, I think, does that sometimes. Anyways, it happens for the most of the audio players. So Sony many years ago stated that the song should start between 300 to 500 milliseconds after the audio starting point. Don't remember the exact value. So if you have the mixing in the DAW, drag it. If you have the mix in the DAW, drag it. Yeah, so Logic allows for, I know Logic specifically, it allows for pre-roll a little bit, which is a godsend because you could start on the one, your OCD brain is satisfied. But super duper important low gravity is to leave yourself a tiny little bit of pre-roll. 300 to 500 milliseconds is arbitrary, but I can't contest you because I think that that's pretty much how much I put in as well. Just to say when you press play is just that extra little, and it's true that on SoundCloud it is emphasized. If you don't leave that pre-roll, Etro, as a matter of fact, dude, I'm gonna start saying that to people when their file happens. Thank you very much for that. That is so important and yet so easy to accomplish, and yet so unpopular on SoundCloud. Now that I think about it, all of the songs that we've heard today, most of them have that instant delay on the one. Whereas again, you know what, man? I declare here and now. Sometimes Spotify also, I can imagine. I just don't listen to Spotify, and neither should anyone, because what are they doing for the music industry really, other than ruining it slowly? But anyways, that's my thought. I say here and now. I declare here and now that the delay time between the beginning of your one and the end of the start of your one should be 420 milliseconds. Does everyone concur with me that it should be 420 milliseconds? Should we say from now on, all of our tracks that we submit here, everyone who's with us right now, you too, ML Music, I'm sorry the queue is closed, but you too, join us with this. If you are making tracks and you are with us, Cool Cat, you feel me on this. We all agree that 420 milliseconds is the appropriate amount of milliseconds before this track starts. Here and now, I declare, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna follow through, damn it. I'm gonna do it. ML Music, I'm sorry, man. I appreciate the thought. Your gifts are always welcome. That said, the cue for the evening. It's not that I don't want to. It's not that I don't necessarily want to add you to the queue. It's that I've been doing it for 4.5 hours at this point, and this is what we've got left. So, with my level of in-depth feedback, I don't necessarily know that is possible. But you followed, and I appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do. And you'll get the notification the next time we go live, most likely next week, and we will be happy to accommodate you then. But I appreciate the thought. It's 30 minutes per track, FYI. 42,069 milliseconds. Literally 30 minutes per track. Let's fucking go. Let's not. It's 30 minutes per track. Yeah, I'm trying for it not to be 30 minutes, but at the end of the day, when we really get into it, it does take a while, honestly. I have a lot of notes. I have nitty-gritty. I think that music deserves it, but here we are. Either way, what I will say is this. Thank you very much, Low Gravity, for allowing us to listen to this song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, what have you. Entropy says, if you want, you can do quick research. There's a standard regarding this. Take advantage of the fact that you need to master it. If you have the mix audio or the stems, drag them a bit to the right and measure the milliseconds so you're sure about it. Yeah, it's a really just a decent amount of it's a decent piece of advice, and I'm going to be saying it far more often now. And it's going to be 420 milliseconds. I declare this is the new standard. 420 milliseconds as of today. The most in-depth feedback in Twitch. Carotal, appreciate you. Low Gravity, this is super good. I agree with you. Thank you all for listening and providing feedback. My pleasure, and I believe it's all our pleasure. Thank you, Low Gravity, for trusting us with your track. Next up, we got Kiku. Kiku, you in the chat? Or are you going to have made me turn away Emil Music? I'll say this. Emil, if Kiku's not here, I'm going to throw you on the list. And that's that on that. I'll just say that. Kiku ain't in the chat. Oh, well, shit. Look at what happens. Hey, Emil, are you still there? Am I about to add you into the queue? Just say the word, my dude. Am I about to throw you into the queue? If you're here still, if you stuck it out for the past few couple minutes, speak now or hold your beat. Gmos Studio, that's good. Because you are going to be coming up very soon. Well, somewhat soon in about 2 or 3 turns. Emil Music, last call. I'm telling you, people duck out fairly, but real quick. No, that motherfucker's not here. Oh well, that's too bad. Fucking people who don't show up. It's unfortunate. It's your turn, Carotal. I did give it another chance. Y'all are witness. Y'all are witness to it. I tried. I tried so hard. All right, it's your turn, Caro, and I know you're here for a fact. For a fact. Now I gotta go back and check every single project I've ever made for the proper timing with pre-roll. It's 420 milliseconds. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Oh, guys, when the girlfriend hits you with the quesadillas with the caramelized onions. God fucking damn, y'all. Look at that. Look at that shit. I can't make this up. This is how she plated it. She brought it to me like this. Y'all, I'm a lucky motherfucker. Yo, Carol Tile's here, right? I know for a fact Carol Tile's here. He was just talking. He or she. My mistake. I realize I misgender people. Or blindly gender people. Where the fuck is Carol Tile, y'all? Yo, I'm not skipping you. You're a subscriber and shit. You got... Motherfucker. Where you at? Bring him back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. Corserine. I don't know what that means. What are we doing, man? I don't know. Carol was just here. I'll say this. Carol's a subscriber. And to supporters of the stream, we give grace. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Caro next. I'm going to give General Tips the floor right now, who is also a subscriber. But now Carol lost his choice. Yeah, he's going to be going next because again, when you subscribe, you get the good grace, if you will. But as of now, the queue looks like this. Carol lost his chance. Carol did not lose his chance yet. This is the queue right now. So right now, it's your turn at General Tips. Oh, he already submitted the chat. He was already aware of it. So this song is the original of what I'm working on. Now Carol Tile's back. Jesus Christ. Dude! I was waiting on you. Just like for the time it took you to get a beer. Just the time it took you to get a beer. Send me a link. All right. Technically, I didn't start your review yet, General Tips, and I feel bad for this, but Carol Tile did arrive before we started your review. So I'm sorry. I hate all of this back and forth. Did my little text intro and everything. I know. I fucking know. You know what? I'm going to stick to it. Arrow, I'm sorry. You're next. You're next. I said I would skip. I said I would put you next, and you're next. So we're gonna do General Tips first. You will get addressed. I promise you. But we're gonna do General Tips first. I'm sorry. So once again, this song is the original of what I'm working on now, but I reworked all the sounds and it's different now, but it sounds pretty sweet if you don't count the EQ. So let's try and disregard the EQ. We won't. And let's listen to RJPR by Tips, and let's talk about it after I am fully disclosing that I will be dipping into this while I listen to all of your music, because this is way too great. This is way too amazing. So let's listen to it, folks.
If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face. Forever.
thing, the destruction of words.
Bass.
Wow. Okay, very, very intense. Gmoss Studio saying Gent Step. I like that name. That was real cool. That was real cool. I don't have much notes because, again, you've obviously put a lot of time into this and a lot of thought into the sections where the guitars and the glitchery supposed to happen. Now, my first instinct is to tell you that your kick and your snare are not loud enough, and they're not like juicy enough necessarily, because it's metal, right? It's metal. It should have guitar like kicks and snares that really like put you in your place, if you will. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I think your kicks and snares could be not only louder, but sound a little bit more, I don't know, occupy more space, and the reverbs of which could probably hover over all of the cuts. I feel like the cuts themselves are interrupted, and that the reverb of those like triggers of those kicks and snares could be something that like outlasts the cut, if that makes any sense at all. So I was using some random drum track I sliced up. I'm using a Polyphia drum track for now. It adds what you're asking for. Well, there you go. That's probably what I figured. We used to live and stream together. Oh, geez. Well, shit. There you go. Y'all are talking about familiar faces and stuff. That's very nice. The piano samples have a lot of spikes at the end. Could need a little bit of a fade out. Really, really tiny bit. Let's hear. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The clicks you're talking about. Yeah, you can use a little bit of fades on your samples, fade ins and fade outs on your samples, because you do have those clicky sort of distorted, like cutting between the the zero crossing point effects going on here. So you're not they're not clean cuts, basically what they are. Yeah, man, Polyphia rules. Fuck yeah, it rules. Guess where they're going in September of this year? They're opening for System of a Down and Deftones playing in the same show in Toronto. And I am going. I already bought my ticket. I am definitely going to that show. So yeah, Polyphia is awesome. Deftones is amazing. And System of a Down is System of a motherfucking Down. What more do you want to say about that? You want to hear the new version? It's the same length. Well, if you have the new version, why would we not listen to the newest version of it? Yeah, real quick, send it in. We'll listen to it. We'll see if the notes are the same. The other thing that I want to say, by the way, general tips. I don't know if you've added this, but you should add something that hovers at certain points, like a choir or like a big organ or like a pipe organ or something like that. You should add something that hovers, that cuts through all of the cuts, basically. Kind of like hovers above the cuts. Similar to the way that I'm describing the reverb should on your drums, but specifically about the cuts. That's a dope-ass show. Yes, it fucking is. Polyphia and System of a Down and Deftones. Correct, Etro V. Polyphia is being opened by some band I don't fucking know and I don't care about, because Polyphia is System of a Down and Deftones. So it's Polyphia. Well, it's first another band, then it's Polyphia, then it's Deftones, which is one of my favorite bands, and then it's System of a Down, which is also one of my favorite bands. Amazing. So this new one is different, but I can't edit the old version, and I agree some background mesh to sew all the slices together. Well, there you go. Let's listen to it now. to stop it right there because either way, I think on this, this is really cool and it's a little bit different and it sounds a little more melodic and a little less dirty. That's unfortunate because I actually really liked the previous version. That's just far more like...
Beautiful thing.
Far better in my opinion personally, but like this is far more like I don't want to say dissonant. It is melodic, but more of a gentle melodic rather than a harmonic minor melodic kind of thing. It's cleaner. Yes, it is cleaner. I know it's killing me and I have to find that gratiness again, but either way, these drums, the samples do sound better, but they do need to be still boosted in the low end and they need to be boosted in the volume, the kick and the snare specifically. They need to be given more life and more breath. They need to be given more dynamic and more punch either way, because this one is getting there as well. And the hovering stuff in this one, same comment, I believe. 10 sound goodizer at max. Yeah, good God, Etro. Good God. 10 sound goodizer at max, and a phaser on the master in between two OTTs sandwiched together. That's what you do. That's what you do to get that grit right there. And then you put no, not more. Not more. That's enough. I can't do it. My heart hurts too much. You can't do it. I will refuse to do it. Either way, it sounds good, General Tips. It actually sounds super, really juicy both times. I prefer the first one in my own personal right, in my own melodic, sort of opinion, but that's just me. Either way, we appreciate the... Why is this cue still on? I could turn this off now. We appreciate the opportunity for to be able to listen to your song, to provide the comments, the criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Or hear both of them actually and compare them side by side. It makes me sad that you can't access that first one because I would have liked to see what you would have expanded on with that. But yeah, it's like with Gent and everything, you kind of have to prioritize obviously a little bit of high end on those kicks and those snares, but you do often hear them being neglected in a lot of Gent and metal songs, the low end of the snare and the kick, and that's unfortunate because when it's juicy, it has so much more impact on the song, especially for genres like metal. It's like, fuck, of course you want a decent-ass kick and snare. Either way, thank you very much, Tips, for trusting us with your track. As brief as it was to cover, there's a reason there's not many other notes, is because the glitchiness itself is so on point that the idea here is not to improve anything with the composition, except maybe a little bit of hovering, like you said, to mesh, like you phrased, to mesh those sort of choppy samples together. But apart from that, you've highly worked this. So well done, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on here, folks. We're moving on to Caro Tile. You better have your beer, bud. I have your link, though. It's already open, so you don't have to worry about it. We're going to listen to your track one way or the other. I promise. We're not going to fucking skip you anymore. Can we, Etro V is wondering, can we help you access the file in some way? Is it corrupted? General Tips, that's fair. That gives me the deciding factor that I need to get that grittiness back. I've been struggling with the direction after. Oh, well, I think it's, I think that's fine. I think that's, like the realization of having to do with that, rather on your track, I guess is what I'm saying, is a good one to have. But the grit is definitely welcome, at least in this household. Like, it's just kind of, it goes with the territory of being into metal and distortion and shit. So, yeah. Yeah, and Polyphia is awesome, and we should honor them with choppy, distorted guitars and super awesome riffs and kick-ass drums. So, yeah. Yas, I turned wine into beer. Beer into wine, babes. I'm Jesus. He has wine, actually, because he went to get a beer and he came back with wine. So here we go. So yeah, we got this track pulled up either way. No, the way I was using SliceX originally put them back out of tempo on the slices, so I had to re-export all of the sounds into the right BPM and my slices differently because I manually cut everything. Oh, that sucks. So you basically exported all of the cuts that you made, and now that's that on that. Although technically that doesn't stop you from adding samples on, I suppose. Although that'll be gross. That'll be gross. That's layered. This is not my usual style. You also said it's a work in progress majoritarily. No excuses. The sounds are there. It's just recreating it or finding that grid again. I get it. All right. Here we go. We got Where Did You Go by Corserine. Not their usual style, Caro, but no excuses, as you say. Let's listen to it and let's talk about it after that. Let's go.
Where did you go? Where did you go? I just need you to be right, and I need you on my side. I swear to you, I told no lies. Wait, oh wait, where did you go? To be right, and I need you on my side. I swear to you, I told no lies. To be right, and I need you on my side. I swear to you, I told no lies. I just need you to be right, and I need you on my side. I swear to you, I told no lies.
Okay. I just gotta say, guys, this fucking quesadilla, amazing. Thank you, Emma. So good. So fucking good. The caramelized onions and the cheese, and I feel like there's bites of meat in there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but it's tasty as fuck. Just gotta say, on the air, that was fucking awesome. I'm not even done yet. Okay. Let's talk about what you guys are talking about. I don't think Big Duck would love this. I don't know who Big Duck is. He's probably like a competition dude. I don't think Big Duck likes me. My song should have won at least second place, and he didn't listen to the votes. There you go. He's a competition streamer, probably. A beat competition guy. Needs guitar here, not sax. Placeholder. Oh! I disagree, dude. I totally disagree with that. I think the sax really fills it in really well there, man. And it's a good sample, too. That's a placeholder, Jesus Christ. It is a great placeholder. No, please leave the sax. Sax is love. Yes, exactly. Etro V, I agree with you. Sax is facts, general tips. My guitar's a flying V. It needs a workout. Give it a workout on another song. I'm telling you, the sax is amazing here. FIFA 2005 vibes. Yo! My guy nailing it, Umbelino. Can't spell thanks wine. It's just a plugin that you can throw and that you can throw on top of it. Shouldn't change the process of using Slice X. Okay. Figured. He's a Twitch guy. Big Duck is a professional yapper. I don't know if that's an insult or if that's a compliment, and maybe it's both, but then I'm in trouble. Sax is perfect. I searched hard for samples though. Okay, sax and flying V duo. Yeah, if you could duet guitar and saxophone, totally. Just don't take the sax out. If you want to add a guitar, you can absolutely do so. But please don't take the sax out. All right, let's talk a little bit about some stuff. The drastic changes at the beginning feel very unearned to me, and like it gets into it almost too fast in a way.
Where did you go?
Weird fade out and stuff. I'm not sure if I love enough fade out, but filter. I'm not sure if I love that. I'm not sure if I love that so early on. And like you throw in the synth, you throw in the kick, you throw in the vocals, and then you cut them, and then you give us an entire huge, like, different aesthetic. I don't know if they're meshing. Your intro and your vibe are meshing, because the vibe here is beautiful. This thing is super beautiful. Like this verse. I think that sounds great, but it doesn't really mesh with the intro at all. I'd say that your snare, your claps are a little loud in this particular mix, so I'd probably drop those down a little bit. The chords are crazy, layered chords. Yeah, it's like layered chords on top of sevenths on top of sevenths, basically. It's like double. Anna, thank you very much for subscribing, and at tier 2, no less. We appreciate you very much. You'll get that 4-minute listen for sure. I don't know if you should add more sidechain. Guys, what do you think about this? Is there enough sidechain in this song?
I just need you to be right, and I need you on my side. I swear to you, I told no lies.
Is it me or is the kick kind of getting drowned out by the other elements? And is it me, or should that not be happening for a low end? That should not be happening for a low end 4 to the floor kick, right? That should be, every kick should be as clear as daylight, right? Is that like am I misunderstanding that for a song of this nature? Because I think that there should be sidechain. Caro says there's no sidechain at all. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, my dude. It doesn't punch very hard in the low end. That's a problem. That's your big kick. I don't sidechain. What, like ever? Like you don't sidechain as in like as a principle you do not? So are you manually automating are you manually automating your kicks or something like that? My foot sits on my sub and I barely feel it. That's, first of all, your foot sits on your sub. Your vibrating bones, your poor tiny toesy bones. It could be compression. I don't know how in Reason ever never have full sends. You know what I mean? What's up, Jay the Don? Welcome back. I use ADSR to duck away kicks from bass. Yeah, that doesn't work all the time, dude. Like, you could tune that as well as you possibly can, but every now and then you're going to have to duck your bass. And that is just a fact. That is true in rock as much as it is in 4 to the floor disco-esque FIFA 2005 vibes music. Like, either got to be an EQ ninja to learn how to sidechain, yes, but general tips either way, as an EQ ninja, you're still giving dynamic EQ. A dynamic EQ will be absolutely sufficient if it is sidechained to the kick. That'll be more than sufficient, but like otherwise, even if you are an EQ ninja, the baseline changes. And all of a sudden, your EQ doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, you're leaving a little space for the kick, but compression-wise, there's no competing with the effect of a sidechain, unfortunately. And I would say I'm ashamed, but like I use it all the time, especially on multi-band compressions and dynamic EQs. That's how I use it the most, sidechaining, actually. That's specifically how I do it for my kick to my bass, actually. I sidechain compress us to a dynamic EQ. Use TDR Nova Caro Tile. It's a free plugin, it's a free dynamic EQ, and you can absolutely sidechain it within itself. You could literally just select sidechain source, exterior and sidechain instrument, the kick, and then done. That's all you need to do. Jay the Don, I appreciate you being with us, but unfortunately the queue is indeed closed for the evening, as it states right here. So please, by all means, stick around if you wish, but for the evening, we're no longer taking any names for the list. Okay, I need to learn that then. Yeah, you absolutely, it's a tool that will make your work a lot less difficult. Do you have compression on master or a group? On master. I'll check that plugin out. What's it called again? It's called TDR Nova. It is a free dynamic EQ, a little bit heavy on the CPU when you put it to highest quality, but it's worth it. It works so well as a dynamic EQ. It's like Pro Q level, just with a little bit less of the intuitiveness of Pro Q. Pro Q is just amazing. It's the best one, hands down, and I just can't afford it. TDR Nova. TDR Nova. The D as in dick. Hi, Mom. So you are, I would say, like 90% obliged to do so in a 4 to the floor song, is my personal opinion. Not a fan also of your transitions. Your transitions seem to be not really well thought out. They're mostly just filtered. It's all just playing with filters, and I think you could do more than that. Again, swells, risers, sub impacts, all of these tools exist for transitions, and they are going to be useful to you in a song, especially with this sort of aesthetic. They are welcome to you. They're welcome tools to be used. Your second post drop, which is this section right here, I feel like there could be something arpy or something in the background, something in the air. It could add something dynamic and different to this section. That could be, it could be even plucky. It could be just airy. It doesn't have to be arpy or it just fills some space here because it's not enough for me at this section personally. And by the time we are here, we should be getting almost I don't want to say overexposure to elements, but we should be feeling a peak going on here. Your vocals in general are very loud. They can drop between 3 and 5 decibels, and I don't think you would even miss them, honestly. Start at 5 decibels and see how much of a difference it makes. If it's too much, up it by 1 or 2 max, but no more than that, because honestly, vocals are way too loud in this. That is almost it. The last thing I have to say is that really the best outro you've got in you? It's really nice chords. Yes, it absolutely is, Caro Tile. But, step it up. It's just not it's just very bare and very empty. Even, honestly, the addition of just that would take it to another level. Just snaps at the end. Just keeping something of a rhythmic reference, I'm telling you, will fill in so much space. But even that might not be enough for you. It's a work in progress, as you say. But the chords are lovely. I do agree with you. That's nice. And I do agree with you that that's a great idea. So I think you should maybe implement some snaps or something frequentially. Add that shit to the dictionary. Let's go. Let's fucking do it. I think you could do a little bit better. That's all. And that's my last note, dude. Honestly, you have a great, solid track. Besides that, you have something that is nice and tight, nice and spacey. Your intro and your outro both need work. You need to mix the vocals a little bit better. Learn how to sidechain. It's going to be your best friend. You're going to be, pretty soon, you're not going to be able to get enough of sidechaining. You're going to be sidechaining your vocals to your main synths, just in the high mids. You're going to be sidechaining your bass to your kick. You're going to be doing the snare to your low mid basses. You're going to be doing all kinds of sidechaining, and sooner or later, your track is going to be a monstrosity of everything that works just perfectly together, especially if you're making music that is 4 to the floor. It is great, although this is out of your usual comfort zone and out of your usual style, so technically you might not be doing stuff like this anymore. But sidechaining is a very useful tool. I think I use it on almost every one of my mixes, because just the effect between vocals and guitar that it has, when you put a dynamic equalizer on the guitar bus, and you just EQ out some of the low mids and some of the high mids, but only when the vocals are singing, you achieve a level of automation that is even better than fucking with faders and automating it yourself, because it just takes out the frequencies you don't need in that moment. It is a godsend. And so I do that all the fucking time. It makes vocals pop out of your track. You do the same thing for piano with guitar. Sometimes your piano needs to stand out more than your guitar does. Sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes you need just a solo bus, just so that when there is a solo, it will trigger all of the side chains for all of your different fucking your different buses. Sometimes it's like that necessary. If there's so many things going on at the same time, you need to sidechain that crazy, but it's really an important tool. And I promise you, I would not be saying that if I did not believe it. And that's the truth on that. Either way, Carotal, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Good track, groovy. Again, minor adjustments necessary that will have a huge impact on the overall amazingness of this track. And thank you for trusting us with it, as per usual. And for subscribing, for allowing us to carry on the stream, like financially speaking. We can only do so much without your financial support. So appreciate that so much. So much. GMOS Studio, I know you're about. I know that you're around. He drops the link the second that I say that. Look at that. Just look at that. Etro V, hey Mike, I'm going to sleep. Thanks for your kindness and the time you spend with us. When my exams are finished, I'm going to make a song for your stream. Tell me what genre and I'll try to be best. I'll try my best if that sounds fun to you. Thanks again and stay safe, man. Bye, guys. Good luck on your exams, first of all. I'm looking forward to hearing that track, and we will come back on the stream before your exams are done, and we'll try and find some time for you. Jump into the queue at some point, and we will spend your turn deciding what genre of music we'll explore. So we will be able to spend some time thinking about it and dedicating some time to it, because I'm interested in that. That sounds awesome to me. That was a weak one. That was bad. Either way, we got GMOS Studios here. Ake, the artist name. Sin City 26. You are tagged. I don't know what tagged means, but we will listen to this entire song and we will talk about it together. And then we'll move on to the next person. But before that, Sin City 26 tagged by Ake. Let's go. Okay. I'll say aesthetically speaking, I'll start by saying, aesthetically speaking, I think I understand where you're trying to go with this. I think. You want it to be not very dense. You want it to be very hollow. You want it to have moments of intensity, but for them in and of themselves to feel very empty and faded back. I think I understand that. I will say the execution is even in that context a little bit poor. So first things first, your hi-hats, your cymbals, whatever that high frequency was that was shredding my ears the entire time. It's too loud, too much high frequencies dialed into it. So it's just too much altogether in the mix of that. And it's everywhere too, which is just, it makes that song that much more like, ooh, it's difficult to listen to. The long-ass intro without any change is not doing it for me either. Like, by the time the intro ends, it's 30 seconds. And then we get into even less things. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, oh, spare me the build. Spare me the build, because that should have been the build. All of the elements that happened during your build, that could have happened as the intro. Like, you could have very well done all of what you're doing here, right here, over time, progressively, and you could have gotten straight to your drop much quicker, and it would have been far more welcome. It would have been far more like getting to a point at some point. Whereas this, I fear, even when you get to the point, I don't get the point. And not only that, but you give me so little of the point, I think you need to extend this section far more and creatively alter it over time so that it does not repeat itself just by copy pasting it and extending it. I think you need to like edit this down, boil this down, because this could have, when I say this could have been an email, I say so respectfully, honestly, because you describing the concept by email might have saved me a little bit of time, because this does not arrive at the point soon enough, nor does it stay at the point long enough. Like this, essentially, this song is all setup and no punchline. It's very unsatisfying, because even then, that minimalist punch of your drop, when I'm finally there, I'm like, okay, this is what I have to look forward to. I'm not satiated. I'm not entertained from all of that tension that you've been building before that. The release is not, it's not tasty to me. I want more. Okay? AquaX Flow, thank you for joining the Discord server. How do you send your song? You do not, unfortunately, the queue is closed for this evening, but be sure to follow or subscribe and you'll get the notification next time we go live. We'd be happy to listen to you then. But thank you either way. So yeah, dude, I think that this song needs a lot of distillation and a lot of work in the making your sections as get to the point as possible. It's like the best way that I can say, because it's not arriving anywhere satisfying anytime soon, and it's unfortunately taking away it's undermining the decent sound design that you have done in this. If you're playing a lot more with negative space, like at this point here, does this occur after the drop? So it does occur after the drop, but again, the drop occurs way too quickly. I think there is place for these quietness sections. Because the quiet that you do have very contrasts very nicely with the very minimalist design that you have going here. And I'm not saying change your entire minimalist aesthetic. That part's okay. I'm saying give us more of everything you do have and get to it quicker. And that's a point I'm going to keep emphasizing, because this as a song wouldn't be something I would listen to approximately 20 seconds of those hi-hats in that intro, and I'd be like, I'm good. I would scan through to the drop, hear the drop, I would hear the drop and I'd be like, oh, okay, this is not for me, personally. But I think it could get to a point where even tracks like this, which are not usually in my style, could still like connect with me. And that's the blind optimism that I have that fuels me to believe that everyone is able to connect with me on a musical level because I have very diverse tastes. I feel like even this can be optimized into something that I could get behind. Again, the aesthetic isn't what bothers me. It's the duration of patience that I have to invest in it before it rewards me with something that just kind of leaves me wanting more and not in a good way. So yeah. Either way, we appreciate the opportunity to listen to it online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's, songs like this give us context as well. They are sort of a guideline as to how little is too little in a song, because a lot of people add way too much in a song, and that is one extreme. And then I feel like this is approaching the other extreme. It's not even that. It's the minimalist aspects are checked off in theory. It's just that, again, the accomplishment, the way that you accomplish doing so, not my cup of tea personally. But again, these songs are great to contextualize us because so many people have the problem of adding too much shit going on in their songs. And to hear the opposite end of that spectrum, we now know the sort of middle ground that we're aiming for. Because again, there is a minimalist universe that works, and there is a maximalist universe that works, but there is compromises that you have to make in order to make those sort of extremes sound good. And there's a way to do that. Either way, GMOS Studios and Ache, the artist known as Ache, thank you for trusting us with your track. Either way. We're moving on here, folks. We're trying to plow through the ones that are left. We do got a couple of y'all, and we're going to be getting to each and every one of you. Key Red, I do not believe, is with us currently. Oh, what's up, Less Than Perfect? I didn't know you were still lurking around here. Thanks for supporting. Nah, Key Red ain't here. What the fuck, Senna? Tier 2 subscription. It's you. Yes, it's Doobie you. Speaking of Doobie. Wait. Yeah, I got a couple. Weird sound when you do that. It's like a weird throat sound that happens. But it wasn't a great O, but I did catch it, so that's cute. Okay. We got your track here. And we are going to listen to the entire goddamn thing, Senna, because you are a tier 2 subscriber. And we're approaching 3.5 minutes, but that don't mean nothing for you. So here we go. Obsessed, the original mix by Senna's Revenge. That's a pretty good artist name. And DVS Future, which I don't know who that is. I know that DVS is a rapper, a Canadian rapper from Moncton. But that's from Trailer Park Boys, I think. Anyways, doesn't matter. Senna's Revenge, Obsessed, the original mix with DVS Future.
Nicotine, I'm a fiend trying to get another taste. Dopamine overdose when I'm grabbing on your waist. Nicotine, I'm a fiend trying to get another taste. Ass so big when she twerking, it made the earthquake. Make a 9.5 when she make that ass.
Body got me so addicted. Stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different. Body got me so addicted. Stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different.
obsession. Craving another high off of you, baby, I can't help it. I got a suggestion, maybe you should lose that dress, baby, let's get messy. Made a crazy impression, activating your wetness. Neighbors getting pressed to shit, like it's 4 in the morning, can y'all please quit? Body got me so addicted, stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different. Body got me so addicted, stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different. My obsession. Take control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Take control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Got me obsessing over you. Got me obsessing over you. My obsession. Be my obsession.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good song. Yeah. That was a good music song. There's not much I have to say about this one. I'll tell you why. It is dynamic. It is constantly upping itself, which I was like surprised by the dubstep section. I knew that it could have gone there, but I was surprised that you went there still. And that's because you misdirected my attention away from it long enough in between one section and the other that I was like, I forgot that was a possibility during your song because I was too focused on what was happening at that time. It's fantastic. It's the suspension of disbelief is an equivalent when you're watching movies and television shows. It's basically you are forgetting what you know about music and you're just thinking about what you feel. Now, that being said, you have accomplished such a thing this evening. Now, that being said, there are some notes that I still do have. First of all, the way that your vocals... Let's go! You're a subscriber. You should have access to the animated GIF of literally "Let's go." You should have access to that. But there is something that's happening with your vocals. So so you said that it was mostly DVS, which, by the way, can you answer me, please? Is it DVS like Trailer Park Boys DVS? Is it the same guy? Is it the same guy from Moncton, Nova Scotia? Please tell me if that's the same individual who's giving you all of these ideas. Please. Because if it's Trailer Park Boys DVS, I'd be very happy. My heart would be very warm in this moment. But nah. Okay, well, shit. Too bad. Umbellino wants the YouTube link, which I'm assuming you could send. Okay, so here's the question here. The vocals are a big part of this song, and I don't want to take that away from the song, because the other part that I regret to say is that the vocals are mixed in a way where they are not prioritized in this song, and arrangement-wise, I would lean towards doing that, not prioritizing the vocals, but they're well placed. It's got good lyrics, so I don't want to take away from it. So I'm going to be very gentle here with my vocal suggestions. However, the main vocals here.
Wanna get another taste?
Hit it.
Here, this one.
Body got me so addicted. Stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different. Body got me so addicted. Stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different.
So personally, what I would say is that these vocals are mixed a little bit behind where I want them to be, but they're also a little loud at the same time. So what I would say is rebalancing it so that the stereo is coming down a little bit, and the center channel will be coming like sort of like up, I guess. I don't know. Something about the balance between these two vocals is sitting weirdly with me, and I see the choice. I respect the choice, but maybe the vocals are just too panned to the left or right. Maybe they just need to be brought, those left and right vocals need to be brought closer to the center. Just that's maybe all what it takes, and then you might have to swap places with one of your synths. It might be as simple as that, but the mix in these vocals here are not my favorite. Diddy Disciple, how's it going? Good to see you. We were just talking about you today. Sorry, your name is ever distracting as it is. Obsessed by Senna's Revenge. Let's get back into this here. So I have words for both of your builds. So this one and this one as well. My obsession. This one is better. The second one is better, but I feel like they start off. They're supposed to start off not super chaotic because again they're providing context for the chaos that is about to happen and the chaos that kind of has already happened. But it is sort of dry in that particular respect where I don't know if there should be something else. Let me try something with the guitar. It is a crazy name, Sienna. It really is. Did he decide? Yes, exactly. Umblino, exactly. We know what we hear. We're not lying when we hear what we hear. Let me see something here. Let me try and mix something in.
So addicted, stop tripping, let me hit it. These chemicals in my body, they got me acting different. My obsession. Take control of me. Don't let.
It is missing something of a high melody. I think Senna, I believe, because that little like space that is filled feels far more like an environment now, like its own sort of zone of tension that is living and is breathing kind of thing. Dude, you want to know what's crazy? I don't know what's crazy. What is crazy? I want to put a guitar in it. Well, shit. Something like that might be cool, right?
Yeah, acting different. My obsession. Take control.
There you go. There you go. Clip it and write it up. All you. There you go. So yeah, we're going to need something like that in the first one, and we're going to need something that's going to up that in the second one, right? Because that's your pattern. You've been upping yourself the entire song. So like, it's a good idea to carry on that trend because you don't want any part to fall flat on that pattern because it's so fucking good apart from that. Okay, the second thing I will say, the Vox mix will be weird. The rises are done. The last thing I will say, it's the third thing I already talked about too. The last thing I will say is, and this is sort of where I'm going to be, you're going to not like it, but you're going to also like it. So the verses, or rather the drops, my mistake, the drops that have the vocals on the first half where there's all of the crazy dubstep action or the wubs happening.
Don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Take control of me. Don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Be my obsession.
I think the vocals belong on the second half of this goddamn drop, and I think the same thing about the second drop. I believe it so firmly. Because there's so much beautiful music happening here that you could mix louder and make more hype in that first half. There's so much activity. There's so much juice. There's so much You know, like there's so much goodness. Down to the fucking chords, the ARP synth. I love it. I love it so much. I want that to come out more. So put the vocals on the second half of this verse and of this drop, I mean. Like leave your work, let your work breathe. And I'm going to say the same thing for your second drop, but it's just got so much. It's all just coming out of me. So she said. Anyways, the second drop, I think you should do the same thing because the first dubstep drop caught me off guard.
Control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Take control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Got me obsessing over you.
So personally, I would do two things here with the Senna. It is excellent glitch use. General tips. It is excellent. I'm really happy with the glitch use. So I would do two things, Senna. I would, and you're going to be happy about this, I would extend this drop by one measure, maybe just a repeat of the first type, or maybe just switching it back to double time. I don't know what you should do, but extend this drop by one, like a section of 8 or 16, however you want to calculate it. I guess it's objectively, it's 8. And you start the vocals only on the second 8, and you carry them through on the third 8, and then it ends on an odd and not on an even, which is even more, oh my God, you're letting us hanging for real. Because like, I want to hear that drop. That's the thing. And I'm hearing the vocals, and the vocals are good. Don't get me wrong. They're really like well executed, and they're well recorded. Good job, by the way. If you yourself are the person who did these vocals, great job. They deserve to be mostly front and center. But they deserve their time in the spotlight, and this drop it also deserves its time in the spotlight. Now, guys, if you disagree with me in chat, tell me, because I'm not set on this, honestly. I think that there's an argument to be made that for the second drop, the vocals could stay the way they are. Basically, the second drop could stay the way that it is. But I don't know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I think I'm not.
Control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Take control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you. Got me obsessing over you.
Cool is that the syncopated sort of boom, 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 like sort of the off-grid kind of, not off-grid, but the syncopated kick kind of feeling, I feel would work better with your kick control of me, sodomy, whatever. I did not just say sodomy, just for the record. I think it would work better, vocally speaking, with this, and the would work better on this.
Take control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you.
I think personally, and again, that would take a third repeat, technically a second repeat, but I don't know, maybe another one of these. That would be my only other note here, is like the vocals deserve their time in the sun. They absolutely do, but so does your well-designed, well-crafted drop. Now again, if anybody else disagrees with me, if they think that the song is the way it is and that sounds good to me, there's an argument for it, right? Because the synths aren't doing a whole lot. It's mostly the glitch work and the syncopation.
Control of me, don't let go of me. I'm obsessed with you.
There's not a whole lot going on, so argumentatively speaking, if you were to take out the vocals, you might need to bring up, like I said, your leads and make them fill that space. And it might still not be enough for the drop, so you may feel like it's actually fine the way it is. in which case I'm wrong, and I'm willing to admit it, because the song is making me doubt myself and which sections would be better with or without my advice, honestly. In this particular case, I'm like just not thinking I have the answer. I just think there's an argument for both, which is good, because it's like almost like it makes me want to do my own version of it. It almost makes me want to cover it. And that for me is a mark of success. When someone's like, I love your song so much that it makes me want to do things to it. In every sense. But yeah, that's a mark of honor to me as a song. If someone would want to cover one of my compositions, I'd be like, really? Okay, what you got? I'm so excited. Holy shit. Considering that there is an argument for him, I believe that might actually be personal taste. Would that be fair to say? Totally fair. Totally fair. The fairest thing to say about the situation, honestly. Please do things to my song. I wish I could. I'm doing things to so many songs right now that I wish I could dance with something else on my plate, but unfortunately that's not possible. Either way, Senna, I had a great fucking time listening to your song. Your song gave me stank face multiple occasions, and you should be cheering and you should be happy about that, because like that's good. I like your song. I like what you've done to it. I like the lyrics. I like a lot of what you've done to it. And I think that with minor adjustment, it's going to be a goddamn banger. Hands down, 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. You know what I mean? So either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together. Enjoy it online together. Talk about modifying it and or altering slight things, but not necessarily critiquing or analyzing it so much. Just mostly admiring, so we appreciate that very much. But still, we appreciate the opportunity to do so online together, community, whatnot, for everything. Absolutely, I'll be for sure stopping by here more often. I would hope so, Miss Tier 2 subscriber. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So either way, thank you, Senna, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you very, very much. And for supporting the stream in the way that you do. So we got Billy Joe up next. Stick around, of course, Senna, as we listen to Billy Joe and Umbellino, two of which are with us, and the last two of the evening, as per Ezekiel. Le cul. I just thought that's how you would pronounce that. No, it would be cur. It's literally cur. Melody thinks we should hydrate. Yes, 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 indeed. Is that enough for you? Whew. There's the piano. All right, Billy Joe, hit me up with some links in the chat, some SoundCloud links in the chat. I'll probably have you up in the background as I fix some things. Excellent. Good to hear. Ciao. Ciao. Bye, Senna. It was a lot of fun. Honestly, I had a lot of fun with your song. It was like above average good. Above average good. Like not just good. It was above average good. So. All right, we got Billy Joe 2105 next. Also known as I Am Jet. Huh. Interesting. I've only heard of one other person whose name was Jet. And it's from an online show that I watch about a bunch of guys who play airsoft. Every Girl Ever. Good title. I Am Jet. Let's rock out. Well, let us indeed. Let's listen to 2 minutes of this song and let's talk about what we think about it thereafter.
This is a song about every girl ever. Hold still your heart and call it an endeavor. Chasing some fun, but it's always a lie. Starts to fight, then leaves you asking why. Should go see it today, then call it tomorrow. Live a year, start a cycle of sorrow. This is a song about every girl ever. Hold still your heart and call it an endeavor. This is a song about every girl 'Cause girls will be girls in a very bad way, a very fucking bad way. 'Cause girls will be girls in a very bad way, a very fucking bad way. She'll take your phone and play the victim. Flirt with your friends, then say you're the problem. She's chaos and charm, a beautiful mess, a riddle of love you can't second guess. She's got moves like the warm sun, heavy rain. She's both glitter and father joy and the fucking pain. But for all of her quirks, she's a star in the sky. Every girl ever's the reason you try. This is your song.
All right, we're gonna stop it there. That's just over quite a bit over 2 minutes. Let's talk about it now. Let's see what we got. Okay, so Jet, Billy Joe, whatever we may call you. Let's call you Billy Joe. We're on Twitch. Why the fuck not? I think your vocals are getting close. So let me start by saying, as a person, I'm not a huge fan of autotune myself. I understand using some pitch correction to correct the notes that you didn't hit, but especially for the rock aesthetic, it's very rare that I hear autotune in like a rock context and I go, yeah, that sounds good. It sounds... Psycho, thank you for following. It sounds all out of place, as in like it's the digitally equivalent of a good singer, but that like synths, some synths sound like for some songs they would be out of place. Like if I were to hear a weird sort of square wave in the song, although I would argue that what's their face? Vampire Weekend do that all the time with square waves in that kind of way. But whatever. Either way, there's a lot of. Oh, I am Jet05. Oh, perfect. There you go. Hey, Jet, you're still Billy Joe, but you're using your alternative account. This should be your primary account if your artist name is Jet. But whatever. No, don't mind me. Some sounds are just not meshing together, and I find autotune and rock is just It just doesn't sound good together. So I would say, as General Tip says, less autotune, more angst. Even if you hit some of the notes a little less than perfect, it kind of fits better with rock. It's kind of more punk rock, if anything. Speaking of punk rock, there's a lot of ahs in punk rock and like, oh, and like those kind of chanty vocals. And I will say one thing that punk rock does well is they make those sections stand out differently from the main vocals. And the way that I think you need to do that, is by choosing different notes that your ahs are singing and that your main vocals are singing. Because sometimes they're singing the same notes, if you listen carefully.
This is just girls, this is should go see it today, then call it tomorrow.
See how your notes are coming so close to each other? It would be far better for you to do like ah, and the harmony of that ah, those notes for that section would be far more effective because it would leave the space for you and your vocals, your main melody vocals. It would fit better and it would stand out better. It would do two things better. Right now it's kind of, you're losing both from this section. Yeah, I do like Avril Lavigne and Paramore though. Well, there you go. This is Avril Lavigne Paradise. The ahs that are standing out from the rest, absolutely Avril Lavigne and Paramore thing that they do. But yeah, it needs that. It needs that separation, basically. The other thing I will say, I am Jet. I'm not sure if English is your first language, but the pronunciation of your words is also a little bit sloppy. Like you're kind of, there's an expression in French, tu mâches tes mots, which literally translated means you're chewing on your words. It's kind of like that. You're kind of pronouncing your words, but you kind of you're just kind of getting words out and you're sort of pronouncing half of them. You're kind of pronouncing half of your words. So when you sing in general, what I am doing right now, which is putting emphasis on the consonants, that's how you have to sing, because when it's in the mix, those consonants, unless they're pronounced like this, get lost completely. If you're talking like this, together, we can listen to one another, we can talk to each other, and we can make out what we're saying. You can understand what I'm saying because there's nothing else going on. But if I were to put on music, which I'm not going to do because then it's going to automatically lower my microphone, but if I were to put on music and talk like this, you wouldn't be able to understand the fucking word you're saying because I'm not using diction. Yeah, I have to fix it. I'll make a new project and record within that project. Oh, sure. Or you could just do another take underneath it and compare the two. You know, you could keep the same project. I've restarted a lot of projects. It's a way to waste time, honestly. I would work within the same project and just re-record stuff. Speaking of re-record stuff, I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I'm just saying what the song's gonna need. Yeah, but it's gonna kill my RAM. Oh, it's a question of computer power. Yeah, sometimes if you need a tighter project, for sure. Well, while you're at it, while you're re-recording, you might as well re-record your guitars because there's some sections where they're A, a bit out of time, and B, mixed very loudly, especially in your choruses. Let's hear.
She's sweet but dangerous. You can't measure, 'cause girls will be girls in a very bad way, a very fucking bad.
All there, all off time, all early. You're playing the guitar too fast. You're not playing on your kick and on your snare, and you're just kind of down, very punk rock of you for sure to not play on beat, but nonetheless, I still think a little bit too punk rock in my opinion, because you should be following the beat of your bass and your kick and your snare. You should be following that as much as possible. Speaking of your kick and your snare, you should probably, the drums should sound less robotic. So you're going to need to mess with the velocity of your MIDI notes so you sound like you're actually having a drummer play those kicks and those snares. Change them up a little bit. Think like a drummer. Think of like what's the next note they would play and how hard they would play it. If they're playing do, ka, do, ka, do, ka, do, ka. Think the snare and kick snare pattern. So the do, ka, do, ka, do. Those first two are going to be similar, but maybe the first kick is louder than the second kick, and maybe the second snare is louder than the first snare, and maybe the do, ka, do, the don't do, that second little don't, ka, do, that second kick is going to be much lower because it's a secondary note, don't, ka, do. It's supposed to lead to the snare. So those little automations. In Logic, there's a function called humanize. There's a humanize function where it randomizes it to a certain extent, but it also uses the structure of the song to determine how to randomize it. Should I randomize the velocity of the kick and snare? Not randomize. Unfortunately, you're going to have to learn what sounds better by just trial and error, but I think it's important that you try to tune your MIDI as a drummer would play it. So listen to a bunch of music and hear how the kicks and the snares are emphasized, or learn how to play drums. Either way, or you start by using like automated stuff that is already pre-programmed, like loops and stuff, and you use loops for your drums that are pre-played by actual drummers so that you can, have a bass line. Or all this can be solved if you get a drummer and you record them and you record them playing even on a MIDI drum kit. It'll be better than nothing, honestly. So all of these are possible. These are all options for you to vary your drums up a little bit. But my recommendation to you, get a drummer. It's the easiest thing, and there's a lot of them. What do you call the guy following the band? The drummer. There you go. But yeah, that's my last piece of advice for you here. No, there's one more thing actually here. Transition to pre-chorus here.
Adversaries dead.
This here, the bridge.
Sun, heavy rain, chase both glitter and father joy.
I'm not sure I love with no drums whatsoever, and all the guitars are doing the bah. Like, I feel like there could be like sort of like rolls and emphasis kind of thing. And I think your build coming in this, I think that's fine, but I think if you had the snare at the same time, which is going like, it will build even more tension. I know you did that for tension. I can understand the concept of silence for tension, but I don't think it's producing enough tension. I don't think it's producing enough release either. I think it's hovering between the middle zone between tension and release, and it is not giving us neither. It is giving us neither one nor the other, which I'd recommend maybe we look into improving. Would be my advice, because it is not necessarily the most full sounding bridge that it could be. It is so clearly missing something. And I think the most obvious answer is drums, and like thought out drums, because you don't necessarily need to have a beat. You could very well just have and you build from there. Like that for me will give you more tension than what you have right now. And it'll also feel like it's releasing, because those big crashes will still give us some satisfaction. And that would be my last piece of advice for your song. I think that's a way to step it up into 2.0 and to give it a little more oomph. A little more precision on the vocal performance and the pronunciation, a little less auto-tune. The vocal processing, I think you could compress a little bit more aggressively on your vocals. Change your notes for your ahs. Re-record your guitar so that they're in time with the drums. The drums should sound less robotic in general, including in the pre-chorus, or rather the bridge. They should tie the song together, not kind of just guide it along only. Drums are a much needed tying together. This is also your first attempt at making pop punk. Well, that's good. It's not bad, but it could be better, in my opinion. Either way, thanks for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide comments, the criticism, the feedback, the analysis, the what have you. Appreciate the opportunity to do so. We've been getting a lot of rock instruments played on this stream, which I can get behind. I'm super down for that. It's kind of refreshing, actually. Like to hear music that you actually played. So that's cool. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your tracks. I am Jet, aka Billy Joe. We are moving on to our last one of the night here, folks. It has been a long ride, 6 hours long, mind you. Ombelino, I need a SoundCloud link. It is when you do this, it is the first thing that you see here. When you do feedback, have your SoundCloud link ready. It is the only link that I accept. So if you have a SoundCloud link, you provide it now. By the way, you're Portuguese. So if you want, just ignore the lyrics, voice, listen to anything, but not to Semti no Natal and Disme, another. I think you're going to like it. I hope so. I have some featuring too. Sorry if I misspelled something. Fica Ultimo Esforzo, Espera are the best, in my opinion. English is not even my fourth language. Bro, I asked you a few minutes ago. Where did you ask me? Sorry. I'm looking in my chat. Oh, you did ask, technically. I'm sorry I did not respond. But no, I do not use YouTube for so many reasons. And I even said the reason today was because they basically mute your own audio when I re-upload to YouTube anyway, so it doesn't work. SoundCloud is free though. It takes like 5 minutes to sign up. It takes 5 minutes to sign up, and it takes 5 minutes to upload. So if you want, go ahead and do so. Or we take your track next time, first thing whenever you get in the stream. Your call. But SoundCloud is free and easy to use. And even just to get a sound online, it is far better than YouTube, which automatically blocks my like mutes my shit. If you put it in the Discord, I'll even upload it for you and delete it after. Wow, that's nice of you, General Tips. That's very kind of you. Do you have a file or something that you could drop in the Discord so that Umbelino, you can get on there? Are you even on the Discord yet? I'm going to allow anyone who gets on the Discord, but oh yeah, no, I'm not seeing anybody. I'm not seeing you here, Umbelino. Don't have the music to make it public. Nope, but no probs next time. All right, dude. Well, that is unfortunate. But thanks anyways for trying. You did indeed ask me, and I am sorry for not having checked that. It goes by quick in the stream sometimes when the messages go by. Sometimes I miss them, and I apologize for that. That's my bad. But I'll do my best to do better next time. That is a promise for you. So that would mean that we are at the end of the queue here, ladies and gents. We are, but still go listen after the live. Sure. You know what? I'll listen after the live. We'll listen off stream, and I'll give you some comments. Jump into my Discord. You got the command here, right here. Jump into my Discord, and I'll be able to chat with you, Umbelino. If we have the link, I'll pull it up, and I'll be able to listen to it offline, basically, as soon as the stream ends. But we'll do that for you, and we'll give you some quick typed notes as an apology for not being able to do it online. But either way, folks, we appreciate all of y'all. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate you submitting songs. Some of y'all subbing and gifting subs. Support for the stream is always welcome and somewhat necessary, I would say, to a certain extent, to a certain degree. So either way, thank you very much. We will be back next week, one way or the other. I believe Tuesday as per usual next week, because I think I got something on Wednesday, if I do recall. Either way, thank y'all. We'll see you next time. But until then, how long should I wait? Should I wait longer before saying it? Should I even say this? I don't know if this is my catchphrase yet. It's like the first thing that I thought of when I was streaming, but it's the only thing I've got so far. If y'all have a better idea for a catchphrase or an ending phrase or something like that, I don't know. We'll have to figure something out for the rebrand. But either way, until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, y'all. We'll see you next time.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her arms, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Ruby. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Dream, oh darling, dream.